No, we started with nothing in humble beginnings. They wanna fuck with me now cause I'm winning. Chasing this chicken cause I'm on a mission. I'm known for get money and standing on business. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know how we live it. Come from the struggle, got lost in the hustle. Straight out the mud, no, I compliment couples. Chasing big bills just to keep this shit subtle. You ain't on my team if you wasn't in the huddle. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know that I'm with it. I fit the description, I'm the definition. I'm what they prescribe like she seen a physician. She wanna ride cause she seen how we get it. Big old booty, she my passenger princess. She like to argue, she don't like to listen. She bougie and toxic, she fine and she picky. Pretty as a ditty, she get recognition. Matching nails and toes, man, she always French tip 'em. Parking lot pimping when we in the city. Don't ask about twine, she twerk on the engine. She eat the dick in the car cause it's tennis. She pay me attention like she get commission. Pimpin' CEO, so I give her the business. She ride on the dick like she doing some fitness. She make the dick disappear like she magician. She like to swallow, man, she love when I finish. Have emotion, man, you know I got plenty. Bitches choosing cause they know that I'm winning. See some thousands, now I'm after some millions. So all my houses come with chandelier ceilings. Pillow talking, man, that shit just ain't in me. Keep it pimpin', I can't do no pretending. Jealous hearted, man, you know I ain't with it. Cupping hoes, I can't do no commitment. No, we started with nothing in humble beginnings. They wanna fuck with me now cause I'm winning. Chasing this chicken cause I'm on a mission. I'm known for get money and standing on business. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know how we live it. Come from the struggle, got lost in the hustle. Straight out the mud, no, I compliment couples. Chasing big bills just to keep this shit subtle. You ain't on my team if you wasn't in the huddle. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Chasing this chicken, I ran up a ticket. Keep that shit coming, they know that I'm with it.
Wow. Lucas stall out them pint bottles out Granny crib. I poured so much I ain't wanna live. Told money then, shit we in the wind. I was in the hood when I clipped the bin. Since a young nigga I been ready. Went glass house on every Chevy. In this game I try plenty settings. It's all or nothing. How niggas been. Got sucker niggas keep suckers with them. One of the reasons I ain't fucking with them. Trish Tech and some more than her. Guess she couldn't even afford a winner. I'm open late, don't need a scale. And it's always over, sneak wishing well. I double down, slick shit to spell. Shawty know I don't kiss and tell. I'm faded, 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 faded. I'm faded, 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 faded. Hell, I'm faded, 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 faded. I'm faded, faded. I'm a saint, but I sin. I checked in the game to win. I left, she loving me again. I let her cry out the bins and they say time heal. Mine still felt like it was yesterday. I was moving fast, probably too fast to even catch the play. Spent a night, she pack a bag, right to me, just getting gas. Coming back, I want it bad. I'ma touch it first, eat it last, it's temporary. Holly damn emotion said it's temporary. My pain deeper than the ocean. Temporary feelings mixed with temporary pleasures. All these temporary moments and these temporary treasures. Temporary circumstances to temporary measures. Temporary friends and even temporary schedules. Temporary smiles and temporary goals. Temporary women sliding on temporary poles. Temporary comments and temporary trolls. I just pray that God bless me. Ain't no temporary souls. I'm a saint, but I sin. I checked in the game to win. I left, she loving me again. I let her cry out the bins and they say time heal. Mine still felt like it was yesterday. I was moving fast, probably too fast to even catch the play. Spent a night, she pack a bag, right to me, just getting gas. Coming back, I want it bad. I'ma touch it first, eat it last, it's temporary. Holly damn emotion said it's temporary. My pain deeper than the ocean.
Oh yeah, chat. Tonight finna be one of those, chat. What we doing, man? Y'all locked? Y'all locked, chat?
To the greatest damn show on YouTube.
Y'all like, chat? Hey, I just set up a tip by 2, man. Any super chats, the AI should read it. It should automatically read the super chats, man. Somebody test it out for me.
Welcome to the greatest damn show on YouTube.
Oh man! Double tap the screen, shuttle live out. What we doing tonight, chat? Double tap the screen, shuttle live out. What we doing tonight, chat? They say it's a White House of Cards, chat. A White House of Cards, man. We got ICE out of Minnesota, and we got Trump cutting all regulation, man. The biggest deregulation in history, and I want to know what's next. Get down to that poll and let me know, is voting worth it? What it do, OG? What it do, Big Knee Stein? Stizzle the Great, man. What we got going on, Miss VR? What we doing in here tonight, chat? Auto War, welcome back. What it do, Big Niche XX? Hey, we got the squad in here tonight, man. Chat, do we got the squad in here tonight, man? What? Do we got the squad in here tonight, man? Y'all see that? We got emojis flipping across the screen. I gotta resize it and shit, man. We got Auto War renewing that damn membership for 6 months. We got Lori saying hi, plug. Why I didn't read Lori's message, though? Why the hell didn't it read Lori's message? I didn't hear that. I didn't hear Lori's message. We're gonna have to get that shit together, chat. Hold on, man. I didn't hear Lori's message. That's kind of crazy. Look at what else I got, though, chat. Hold on. Where the hell is it? Hold on.
Plug Nation, electric plug emoji.
That's what I'm talking about. We can hear it now. Thank you, Auto War, for the donate. We can hear it now. We got a tip bot in this thing, chat. Hold on. Let me resize that bad boy. Let me get it together. We got a tip bot in that thing. Hold on. Is that the right one? Hold on. I'm new to this shit, chat. I'm new to this shit, man. What the hell is going on, man? I'm new to this, chat. Wow, man. But listen, chat, we got a lot going on. Let me get into the episode, man. Thank you, Lori. Thank you, Auto War, man. Thank y'all. What it do, Stacy? Welcome in, man. Welcome in, chat. All right, this is what we're going to get into tonight, chat. We got some crazy shit. I just did a video. I also started a new segment. We're going to call it Plugsation Unplugged. It's gonna be my monologue. I know a lot of y'all have hit me up in the email and in the Discord like, Plug, you need to do more monologue. We like to hear you talk. You don't always gotta watch the clips and whatever, man. So I have started a new segment called Plugsation Unplugged. That's what the damn little clip y'all was seeing. I just had it resized all messed up. This right here is for Plugsation Unplugged, Chad. Hold on, man. Yeah, that right there. That right there is for Plugsation Unplugged, man. I just got it sized all wrong right now. I just got it sized all wrong because I did my first video earlier. And I'm going to let y'all know what the first video was about right here, right now. It was about Tom Homan doing that damn interview today. Tom Homan doing an interview today saying that ICE is leaving Minnesota. What the hell is going on? I thought it was there to make Minnesota safer. They talking about 4,000 arrests. I didn't see no Somalis go to jail, man. What happened? I thought Nick Shirley went out there, exposed all the Somali fraud, man. Hundreds of millions, billions was all in Congress testifying, man. I heard J.D. Vance put that big crown on that boy, said he better than all the Pulitzer Prize winners, man. The hell is going on? Nobody went to jail? If 4,000 people went to jail, though? 4,000. How many of those 4,000 got deported? Because I didn't see Tim Walz say he was finna open up them jails. I didn't see Jacob Frey say he was open up them jails. You know what I did see? The fucking Democrats saying they wasn't finna give y'all no money. See, y'all froze the money over there with the damn funding. You froze all them billions. And now that it comes time for the circle to spin back around and DHS and ICE need that funding, Democrats looking around like, so what happens? We get Tom Homan saying everybody's going the fuck home. We seen Bovino. He already checked out, went home. He had his damn peacoat on, the green peacoat. You know, he was worried about styling, profiling, calling everybody domestic terrorists. His ass is at home. Now what do we got? We got Tom Homan coming in there like, yeah. We're gonna send everybody home. We're just gonna, Operation. What was they calling that shit? Operation Surge. Yeah, we're just gonna send everybody home. 2 Americans dead. And then they said what? 3,300 missing children, right, chat? 3,300 missing children. Where's the kids? I'm asking the same question Nick Shirley asked. Where's the kids, man? I promise you, chat. Every time that I see, kids that are missing be reunited with their family, it's a damn good feeling. It's a good feeling. Oh man, they got their kid back, shit like that. They show all the photos and pictures, and the news station comes. Where the fuck are those at, man? Where are these kids going that they're rescued? Are they going back to unvetted sponsors? I mean, we read the Epstein files. We see what the fuck's going on, how they getting a hold of a lot of these damn kids. Where are they going? Where are the kids going? Are they going back to the system? Are they going back to... Where the hell are the kids going? I got some damn questions, bro. I'm just being honest, man. Before we even get into it, with them leaving, man. They talking about they left the city safe. Where the hell are the kids, man? Where are they going, bro? Straight up, kids from the border going where? That's still not answering me where the fuck they going. Where? Didn't we see the lady in the Epstein files? They unredacted her name. She was something to do with placing kids with people and sponsors and shit. Telling Epstein, does he need 2 more kids? This is the lady supposed to be protecting the fucking kids. Where are these kids going, man? Nobody thought to ask that question. Nobody. How many of these people are gonna get deported, man? That's just one thing we're going to get into. I had to go off on a rant. I feel so inclined as to make a video about that shit, chat. But we also have New York City getting their first free grocery store, the Poly Market. Y'all know Poly Market. We got that ticker to check the markets right there. But they have opened their first free grocery store. And we were wondering how it was going to work, chat. So from what I've seen, the way that the free grocery store is working is that people go in and you get a bag, like one of those Trader Joe bags, or do y'all know the bags I'm talking about? The ones, the damn shit. They look like a knapsack, like a little burlap sack, man. You go in there with one of those and you fill that bad boy up. You fill that bad boy up and you just go home. You can't push a buggy in there, a cart, but you get you a burlap sack, man, and you get what you need and you go on about your business, What else do we got? We got Hexeth, man. So we heard about them cutting off the airspace over there in El Paso. They saying Hexeth done let damn Border Patrol play with a MFing laser, bro. A laser system powerful enough to down drones, blind pilots, and damage planes. Hexeth just cut the shit loose. You know what I'm saying? Like, forget about it. Forget about it, man. We're not going to notify the FAA. We're just going to let Border shoot that bad boy down. It's a Mexican cartel drone. It's a damn balloon, chat. A balloon. What? Where the fuck is intelligence at, man? Where's our intelligence? A party balloon? We just shot an untested laser, allegedly, at a damn party balloon. I read the documents. What was that shit that we read where PXS said we're becoming an AI first military, man, and we're gonna deploy this shit and ask questions later. We're in an AI arms race, man. This is the shit I'm talking about. This is the AI arms race shit I'm talking about, man. Untested laser systems powerful enough to down drones, blind pilots, and damage planes. Give that shit to whoever. Let them do whatever with it. Don't notify the FAA. And guess what? It's cool. We're in the AI military dominance race. This is the AI race, man. We gotta deploy this shit and ask questions later. Guess what? We got some tests now. We know what it'll do. That bad boy will do. Who cares if the airspace is closed for 10 days, man? We're doing this shit, according to Pete Hegseth, allegedly. Also, I think he's trying to go at who was that guy they said did the unlawful orders? They trying to come in his damn paycheck too. We'll get into that. Oh, and we got Nicole Curtis, chat. I don't know who the fuck Nicole Curtis is. They say she's the host of HGTV TV show Rehab Addict. Well, she just dropped the hard N-word, man. I'm talking about the hard ER. Something happened. She was up there messing with something, and she was like, ER, you know, and I'm just sitting here like, where the fuck did that even come from, lady? Like of all words you could have dropped, like, what did that hard ER have to do with this situation? Like, you're up here fucking with a light fixture or something, and maybe you shock yourself. Where does the hard ER come in here? I don't see a black person in the room. The fuck is going on, man? Also, we got Donald Trump bulletproof, doubling and tripling down on the Epstein files, man. He's saying, what did he say? I'll read his statement right quick during the intro. I'll read his statement. AG Pam Bondi, under intense fire from Trump deranged radical left lunatics, was fantastic at yesterday's hearing on the never-ending saga of Jeffrey Epstein, where one thing that has been proven conclusively, much to their charging, was that President Donald J. Trump has been 100% exonerated of their ridiculous Russia type charges. Actually, the slime ball Democrats, many of them big donors and politicians, have been proven guilty. Republican loser, sanctimonious rhino Congressman Thomas Massie has made a total fool of himself yesterday, fighting aimlessly against a hopeless agenda of hate and stupidity, as mostly clearly stated by his crashing job approval numbers in the great Commonwealth of Kentucky, where a military hero opponent, Ed Gallerin, is crushing him in the polls. He is now in wacky Liz Cheney territory. Nobody cared about Epstein when he was alive. They only cared about him when they thought he could create political harm to the very popular president who has brought our country back from the brink of extinction, and very quickly at that. In fact, this attempt by the Democrats to take away attention from the tremendous Republican success is backfiring badly. Maybe they should focus their quest on our open borders to the world's greatest criminals, have transgender for everybody, or get men, no matter their size and strength, to play in women's sports. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Trump, can you read the fucking room here, man? Like, we gotta get Trump off of True Social, chat. We just gotta get Trump off of True Social, man. He's over there in the echo chamber, man. His thoughts are bouncing against the damn wall over there, man. Nobody's checking shit, man. Like, what the fuck is he talking about, bruh? Ain't nobody cares about the damn Dow Jones, man. Right now they talking about the Epstein files. It is what it is, man. Tremendous successes, tout that shit when it's time to tout it, man. What the fuck is going on? We have got to get Trump out of this echo chamber of True Social, man. We got to, Trump, you got to come hang out in the damn streets of YouTube sometimes, man. You got to step out in these Twitter spaces or something, big dog, man. Damn. Damn. What? What? Alright, Chad, I had to read that, man. We got to get bulletproof off of True Social, man. Also, man, schools are canceling picture day because of a wave of concerned parents who don't trust the school photo company Life Touch after they've been tied to Epstein via billionaire Leon Black. This is a Reddit post. My school has just announced that the picture day is canceled tomorrow. Apparently, there's been a huge wave of concern. Parents claiming Life Touch is mentioned in the Epstein files. The school says they're canceling and having lawyers review the contract. I'm not usually one for conspiracy theories, but the idea that someone like that could have access to school photos nationwide is honestly disturbing. It makes you think about how Epstein identified and targeted vulnerable kids' families, especially in rural or low-income communities. This whole situation sounds like something out of a horror movie. So yeah, the kids aren't taking school photos, man. They might have to get it. They might have to get with a local photographer or something, man. A local photographer, man. Also, we got Rep. Nancy Mace coming out saying that they're tracking every single file that Congress opens when it comes to this Epstein shit. Then we got RFK talking about snorting fucking coke off of toilet seats, man. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, RFK, like, I understand you're being transparent, dude, but listen, man, I don't think that you need to be up here telling people you don't care about germs because you were banging blow off of fucking toilet seats, bruh. Like, what? We're making America healthy again by talking about banging blow off of toilet seats? The fuck is he talking about, man? What? We went from vaccine schedules and shit to talking about banging blow off of a toilet seat around this motherfucker. Oh my God. It's because Maduro gone, man. Maduro got everything fucked up, man. They went and got Maduro. The powder slowed up, man. The powder slowed up, man. They got Maduro coke dry, man. He can't think of nothing but reminiscing about all of the fucking blow he used to bang off of a toilet seat, man. What the fuck is going on, Chad? Oh my God, bro. Shit. I didn't think it was this bad, bro. I didn't think it was this bad, bro. What? Oh, man. Then we got President Trump's remarks today. Oh, we also got that body camera footage from the lady in Chicago that was shot 5 times. Her body cam footage came out. Chat, we got a lot to cover, so we're going to get into it. I thank y'all for listening to my ranting ass intro. Be prepared for Plugsation Unplugged. It's gonna be a new segment. It will be only videos on demand. I thought about live streaming that segment, but I just don't want to live stream it yet. Let's get into it, chat. Let's get into it. Where do y'all want to start? Where do we start at? Let's start with Nancy. Let's start with Nicole, Let's start with Nicole Curtis dropping the hard N-bomb on set, man. She dropped the hard N-bomb, and I'm just wondering, like, lady, for what? This was one of the most unwarranted N-bombs I've ever heard in my life. Like, unwarranted, bro. Like, for what?
Bye. It's my last one. Oh, fart nigger. What the fuck is that I just said? Nick, you gotta...
Listen. She just said fart hard ER. She's messed up something up there and she just says fart N-word. Like, for what? For what, bro? This was the most unwarranted shit. Man, listen, they should have got her ass up out of there, man. This shit didn't even make sense, bro. What?
Last one. Oh, fart nigger. What the fuck is that I just said? Nick, you gotta, can you kill that? Bye. It's my last one.
Like, damn, she blaming black folks for that too, man. How many people does it take to screw in a fucking light bulb, Nicole? You blaming niggas for that too, man? God damn, man, what? How many people does it take to screw in a light bulb, bruh? What? Tom's talking about so what? So what? It's unwarranted, man. For what?
Bye. It's my last one. Oh, fart nigger. What the fuck is that I just said? Nick, you gotta, can you kill that? Bye. It's my last one. Oh, fart nigger. What the fuck is that I just said? Nick, you gotta, can you kill that?
Got her ass fired, man. Got her ass fired. Got her ass fired. You said unwarranted in every rap song since the 80s, bro. Man, I've never heard her. I think I've heard 2 rap songs in my life where they said the hard ER. One of them was by Young Thug and the other one was by Kanye. do with that what you must, man. I think I've only heard the hard ER in 2 rap songs in my life. Kanye and Young Thug, man. What the fuck are you talking about? All right, chat. We gonna move on, man. Where else? Oh, I'm gonna show y'all this. The free grocery store. We gonna go to the free grocery store right quick. Why does he keep trying to get me to get the hell out the way? All right, we're going to go to the free grocery store, man. I thought this was pretty cool, man. Polymarket doing big things in New York, man. All right, so this is the Polymarket, man. This is the free grocery store that they've opened in New York. How are y'all feeling about the free grocery store in New York, man? That was Nicole somebody, man. Nicole, who the hell was that? Hell, I don't know. Nicole Curtis. That was Nicole Curtis in that clip, man. All right, here goes the free grocery store, man. But look.
Basically, if you're in need of any food, you can take a tote, fill it up, and take everything home. Come on, let's check it out.
So how would y'all like that in y'all's neighborhood, man? You go in there, man, you just fill up your tote, man, get what you want for free, and you go home. Make dinner, make lunch, snacks, whatever you need to get. You just shop for what you want to shop for, man. I think that shit's pretty cool, man. I'm not gonna lie. I think that shit's pretty cool, man. All right, let's see RFK, man. What the hell is RFK talking about, bro? This is RFK talking about how he used to bang blow off of the damn bathroom toilet seat, man. Like, what the fuck is going on? It's crazy, Chad. Crazy work.
You know, I mean, for me, I said this when we came in, and I said, I don't care what happens, I'm going to a meeting every day.
Yeah.
And I said, I'm not scared of a germ. You know, I used to snort cocaine off of toilet seats. And I know this disease will kill me.
Right.
Like if I don't treat it, which means going to meetings every day, it's just bad for my life. You know, I mean, for me,
The fuck is he talking about, bro?
I said this when we came in, and I said, I don't care what happens, I'm going to a meeting every day.
Yeah.
And I said, I'm not scared of a germ. You know, I used to snort cocaine off of toilet seats. And I know this disease will kill me. Right. Like
This shit is crazy, bro. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm not gonna lie, bro. You said it's just a food pantry. Yes, it is a food pantry, but it's a grocery store. Like, it's not like you go in there and they just give you a box of food, whatever. You just go on about your business. You actually get to pick what you want. You get to pick what you want for the time being and walk out of the store. So it's similar to a food pantry, but it's working like a actual store. All right, Chad, let's get into this clip, man, of the lady getting shot in Chicago 5 times. I don't think she lost her life. I think this is the lady that testified before Congress.
This is newly released body camera video. A team of 3 Border Patrol agents is driving through a Southside Chicago neighborhood. 2 have guns drawn. Marimar Martinez, an American citizen and school teacher, is driving next to them, honking her horn, warning people to the presence of federal immigration enforcement. Another vehicle.
They got the guns on her before they even get out? She's honking the horn. They got the guns on her now. Damn.
An school teacher is driving next to them, honking her horn, warning people to the presence of federal immigration enforcement. Another vehicle is behind the agents, also honking the horn.
Alright, it's time to get aggressive and get the out, because they're trying to box us in.
It all happens in seconds.
Alright, we're fine now. Alright, out of the car.
Be advised, we've been struck. Get out.
Martinez was shot 5 times and survived. In this surveillance video, you can see the front of the agent's SUV come to a stop. 4 seconds later, Martinez's silver Nissan drives off, she says, fearing for her life. The Department of Homeland Security was quick to accuse her of attacking federal law enforcement, saying Border Patrol agents were, quote, ambushed by domestic terrorists that rammed federal agents with their vehicles. FBI Director Kash Patel posted on social media about the incident, quote, "Attack our law enforcement and this FBI will find you and bring you to justice." The post also included a link to video of a car ramming, but it had no connection to Martinez's case.
Trying to paint a
The body
narrative.
camera video tells a different story.
Now, why would they post a car ramming that had nothing to do with this woman's shit, man? To paint a narrative. The same way when Alex Pretty was unalive, what did they do? Post the gun, but that allegedly was a stock photo of a gun that was a similar type and style. So what the fuck do, man? They try to front run this shit, post stock images or other pictures and shit to try to paint the picture, to give you, spoon feed you this shit, man. They're giving you this shit on a spoon, man, like fucking medicine to a baby.
In the lead up to the collision, you hear agents say they are going to collide with
What's up,
Martinez.
Drew?
We're gonna make contact and we're boxed in.
And just before the moment of impact, it's Agent Charles Exum who sharply turns his steering wheel in the direction of Martinez. Proof, according to her attorney, that they hit her vehicle, not the other way around. And as for the claim of being boxed in, this surveillance video calls that comment into question, with nothing in the path ahead of the border agent's vehicle. The court also released text messages and emails from after the shooting, including one message from Border Patrol Commander Gregory Bovino, just hours after the incident, offering to delay the retirement of Agent Exum, who shot Martinez. In light of your excellent service in Chicago, you have much left to do. And then a text message exchange between Agent Exum and someone whose name was redacted. Are they
What's up,
supportive?
Lala?
Someone asked. Big time. Everyone has been, including Chief Bovino, Chief Banks, Secretary Nome, and El Jefe himself. In various texts to and from fellow agents, the mood was celebratory. Good job, brother. You are a legend among agents. You better effing know that. Beers on me when I see you at training. That's awesome. You did real good. Damn it, man. Good shooting. The day after the shooting, Martinez was indicted. According to the complaint, she, quote, forcibly assaulted, resisted, opposed, impeded, intimidated, and interfered with an officer of the United States. After her attorney viewed the body camera footage and other evidence emerged that undermined the government's version of events, prosecutors made an extraordinary move and asked the judge to drop their own case. The judge agreed, but not long after, she told me the shooting still haunts her.
I don't want to remember that day. You're laying there at night and you're just thinking about it, like what's gonna happen. Like it's really emotional to me. So it's like it's hard for me to talk about it, but I'm trying.
And that's part of why Martinez pushed to get all of this information out, because she believed it allows people to have a greater understanding of how agents might react after something like this, no matter the city.
Hey, chat, double tap the screen. I need everybody to hit the like button or go to the 3 dots at the top and hit the like button, chat. We are 4 subscribers away from the next sub goal, man. 4 subscribers away.
And to further clear her name, because the Department of Homeland Security has never...
Oh, I think I got it on to where y'all subscribe and it shows up too, chat. I know I got it to where the members and shit, but if somebody subscribes, I want to see if that shit pops up too, man.
Retracted his accusations against Martinez even after the case was dropped. Now, the shooting agent, Charles Exum, Customs and Border Protection, said he's been placed on what was described as routine administrative leave pending further investigation. Anderson.
Man, I don't know if that's the new Don Lemon. He look a little different. Alright, chat. This is Nancy Mace. This is Nancy Mace. I believe she went over there on Pierce Morgan earlier too. We ain't gonna play Nancy Mace. I think she was on Pierce. We'll go see her on Pierce talking about this shit. But let's hear from Trump, man. Let's hear from Trump. I think Trump was what did he speak about today? Oh, deregulation. Trump's trying to bring coal back. He's talking about securing long-term partnerships with the damn coal industry. For what? For fucking what, bro? Like, we're in 2026, bro. Like, that drill baby drill shit sounded good, man, but like, what the fuck are we doing with coal, bro?
Build a website you love.
Like, what the fuck, bro? Hold on, Chad. Let me get us over here to this. To the ad-free version.
Who's worked so hard on this? Some other terrific people. Thank you very much.
but I'm pleased to be joined today by EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, who you all know, and to announce the single largest deregulatory action in American history. Statement in American history. And I think we can add the words by far. Under the process just completed by the EPA, we are officially terminating the so-called endangerment finding, a disastrous Obama-era policy that severely damaged the American auto industry and massively drove up prices for American consumers. Prices went up for a worse product. This action will eliminate over $1.3 trillion of regulatory costs and help bring car prices tumbling down dramatically. You're going to get a better car, you're going to get a car that starts easier, a car that works better for a lot less money. In 2009, Barack Hussein Obama, EPA designated fossil fuels such as oil, gas, and other things that actually make factories rock and roll and other things drive very nicely as a threat to health and human welfare, known as the endangerment finding. This determination had no basis, in fact, had none whatsoever, and it had no basis in law. On the contrary, over the generations, fossil fuels have saved millions of lives and lifted billions of people out of poverty and all over the world, and you see it with the blackouts all over where they don't use it, where they went to wind, intermittent wind, which is weak and ineffective and very, very costly, most costly energy there is. And people are dying because there was no air conditioning or there was no heating. Lots of other things, bad things happen. And yet this radical rule...
How the fuck does wind cost more than coal?
...became the legal foundation for the Green New Scam, one of the greatest scams in history, probably as great, maybe even greater than Russia hoax, etc., which the Obama and Biden administration used to destroy countless jobs. The jobs have been just decimated. Although they're all coming back because of tariffs, they're all coming back into our country at levels we've never seen before. But it raised prices and caused immense harm to the U.S. auto industry. We thought irreparable, but we've got them back. We're coming back now. I was in Detroit, as you know, with Ford, and they had one of the earliest plants from the early 1900s, and it was to be closed down. And then when I won, they said, let's keep it open for a little while, let's see what happens. And they just announced, as you know, they're going 24 hours around the clock with that same plant that was going to be closed because of what we've done. For example, under the endangerment finding, they forced the hated start-stop feature onto American consumers, which unnecessarily shuts off a car's engine when you stop at a red light. In other words, the engine goes off. That's great. The endangerment finding was also used to impose the massive and really very expensive vehicle mandate. Expensive in the sense that nobody wanted it. Everybody was going to be forced to buy an electric car in a very short period of time.
I don't like that little setting on my vehicle, chat, to where it saves gas or whatever when you pull up at the damn red light or whatever, it cuts your car off, you hit the gas and it cranks back. I don't like that shit, man. I hit that damn button. Cut that bad boy off, man. I don't need to have my shit feeling like, I don't know, chat. I couldn't get used to it, man. I couldn't. Once I first got in the car and it started doing that, I couldn't get used to it, man. That motherfucker might not crank back up, brand new or not, man. Cut that bad boy off, and I step on the brake.
The time, even though you can't power the car, because we would have to spend $5 trillion on power stations. That's all dead, gone, over. These crippling restrictions were a major factor in driving up car prices to unprecedented levels, and the car that you were getting was not nearly as good. In 4 years under the Biden administration, the price of a new and used car rose more than 22%, all to facilitate the Green New Scam without achieving any meaningful impact on the environment, but making the car worse. That's why, effective immediately, we're...
What's up, Tony? What's up, Jared?
...finding and terminating all additional green emission standards imposed unnecessarily on vehicle models and engines between 2012 and 2027 and beyond. This action will save American consumers trillions of dollars, will lower the average cost of a new vehicle by close to $3,000. Look at that. During my campaign.
Steve, what do you mean everyone living in a city should be able to have an electric vehicle? What's stopping them? What's stopping them? Are you saying everyone should be able to afford one, or everyone should be able to just to get one? I don't think anything's stopping anybody in any city from buying an electric car other than, you know, the damn price of them bad boys.
To cut 10 old regulations for every new regulation. And we've exceeded that. We've instead done it 10 regulations we were able to cut.
Who is we? Secretary Nasir said vote blue so we can save the blacks. Who? First of all, we need to know who we is. What do you mean we? See, I got a video tomorrow when I'm jumping. When I'm talking about we, I'm expecting somebody to ask me, Plug, what do you mean we? For, you know, maybe they'll get some comments and shit going. But this shit right here, when you say so we can save the blacks, who the fuck is we? We need to know who's trying to save the blacks. Who's trying to save the blacks?
129, so now we cut 129. So think of that. To cut 10 old regulations for every new one, but we did more than 10. We did 129. It's something nobody can even believe it. So we did a lot of regulation cutting in the first administration, a record, nobody even close to it now. We're actually exceeding it in this administration. The biggest one yet that we've done is happening right now. So perhaps no industry has benefited more from our historic deregulation.
You said Trump just killed the mandate for electric vehicles. Yes, because that's not fucking... I'm glad he killed that shit, Fries. The fuck? What do you mean? Well, we're only going to make electric cars after 2027. That sounds like some bullshit, too. That sounds like some bullshit, man. Now, do I think there should only be gas-powered cars? No. Do I think there should only be electric cars? Fuck no, man. Let the people choose like it is now. Let the people choose, man. A mandate to where everybody has to drive a damn electric car. All manufacturers have to make everything electric. It's fucking crazy. They don't even got this shit figured out all the way. I just seen a guy who spilled some fucking Starbucks in his car and his damn car's fucked up. He spilled a drink in the floor of his back seat and it fucked up his whole wiring and shit. It's crazy, man.
Campaigned in the U.S. auto industry. We canceled the EPA's absurd, just totally absurd, tailpipe emission standards, which was a disaster for automobile manufacturing, and revoked Biden's emissions waiver that would have allowed California to regulate automobiles for the entire nation. And they're crazy out in California. We have nothing but trouble out there, as you know. That's why people are leaving in record numbers. They also ended Joe Biden's extreme cafe emission standards, saving the average American consumer much more than $1,000 when they buy a new car. But now we're talking about close to $3,000.
You said who's gonna buy your gas vehicles? You can only sell so many to yourself. What do you mean? What are you saying? You saying like export, like exporting car? America doesn't export electric cars either. The fuck? If you want to be real, Elon has his Tesla factories in China. He's making them bad boys in Shanghai. What really are we exporting? We're not exporting electric vehicles, man. Motherfuckers is buying gas power shit. Motherfuckers is waiting on that new Hellcat. And what's the damn what's the new Dodge that they dropping? Have y'all seen that electric Dodge? That shit's terrible, man. Motherfuckers waiting on them big boy engines to come out, chat. Motherfuckers looking at a dually truck right now, man. Then another thing that I don't like about electric vehicles is they haven't solved. Now, I did see in China where they had the really fast charging stations, but I don't know if I trust that shit just yet. They're gonna have to work out the kinks because having to drive like 300 miles and having to hook up my fucking car for 30 minutes to an hour, that shit don't sound right, bro. I'm just gonna be all the way honest with you, man. I can pull into a motherfucking HEB, get out, swipe my HEB card, and be back on the highway in 5 minutes flat, man. I damn near can fill up a whole dually in 5 minutes, bro.
Regulation cuts combined with our tax cuts and tariffs are the reason why the world's largest automakers have announced that they're going to be spending in excess of $100 billion in the United States in the next very short period of time building new auto plants. We're bringing our auto plants, assembly plants, and factories roaring back to life, not even mentioning AI and all of the other things. We're building thousands of businesses in the United States. And if you remember, on my first day, they said if I could ever get the Dow up to 50,000 last year, in other words, in the fourth year, that it would be an unbelievable miracle. Don't worry about it because it'll never happen, they said. And if I could get the S&P up to 7,000, they said in the fourth year, they said it will never happen. Let's not even talk about it. Let's not even waste our time talking about it. Well, at the very end of my first year, the Dow hit 50,000. Now it's over 50,000. And 3 days before that, the S&P.
I'm in the deep south, Timmy.
So we didn't have to wait till the end of the fourth year. We just waited till the end of the first year. We've never had a country in a position like this, and a lot of it's due to tariffs, and a lot of it's due to the fact that we had a great election, and a lot of good things have been done. One of the good things I did was put Lee Zeldin in charge of our environment. So I'm going to ask Lee to say a few words. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a big deal. Under President Trump's leadership today, the Trump EPA has finalized the single largest act of deregulation in the history of the United States of America. Referred to by some as the holy grail of federal regulatory overreach, the 2009 Obama EPA endangerment finding is now eliminated. This action will save American taxpayers over $1.3 trillion. What that means is lower prices, more choices, and an end of heavy-handed climate policies. With today's announcement, American families will save over $2,400 for a new vehicle. 16 years ago,
the President would have done this to get at the foundations of the Green New Deal, so tremendously excited that we are where we are today. Great work by Lee. I'm a little worried that this next year will be, EPA alone will be dereg east by the number of things that are going to come out of EPA. So great work to the team. $1.3 trillion in savings, massive historical opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, speak. Worthy of it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today is a historic day led by President Trump's leadership. No other president, as Russ said, would have undertaken this and at the speed we did. It was a great team effort. This is the model of the Trump administration, everyone working together, mission aligned.
And Lee is also working on cleaning up the horrible situation with regard to farm equipment. You could use John Deere as an example, and other companies where tractors are unbelievably expensive and don't work as well because of all of the environmental nonsense that was put on them. Also excavators, any equipment like that, bulldozers, Caterpillar tractor would be a beneficiary, I guess, but the people are going to be a beneficiary because the equipment's going to be a lot less expensive, and it's going to also, most importantly, it's going to work much better. So we're working on that immediately as we speak. It will probably make it so that any of that equipment built in the United States will not have to go through this. If it's built outside, I think we'll probably leave the standard the same. If people are going to send us equipment, let them have that standard for whatever it's worth, which is not much.
What up, Carlo?
I think that's a very big announcement too, and we're going to see if we can get that done very quickly so that all of that equipment that we have made, including lawnmowers, etc.
Chat, everybody hit the like button, and remember, all super chats will be read out loud automatically. The AI, we got the tip bot going, man. All super chats get read immediately out loud. It's a big old thing to come on the screen, man. Y'all try that shit out for me.
You won't have to go to the finest schools in the world in order to figure out how to operate it. Okay? So, any questions, please?
Thank you for this. And after this much supported move to roll back the former EPA's endangerment finding, what additional steps do you plan on taking to scale back what many are calling climate industry scams? Specifically, and Secretary Zeldin knows about these wind turbines they're trying to bring to New York. Judges allowing them to...
I'm trying to figure out why Secretary Not Sure is trying to get us to... you said, I'm glad you people agree with me, so remember to vote blue. I'm not sold on that shit. Who agree with you? I'm not sold on that shit, man. See, I'm done giving out shit, man. We're done with that shit, just giving out our votes and shit, man. The community over here, my motherfuckers gonna have to show us something, man. We not finna just keep showing up to these polls, man, because it's this or that, man. Nah, hell no. We need to know what's going on, man. We seeing a lot of this shit going on right in our face. Regulations, emissions regulations being rolled back. Farmers being fucked over. We're watching AI's, no more AI regulation, man. Robotics and shit. Who's gonna promise us jobs? Who's gonna put a cap on AI? Who's gonna tell these big corporations that they can only have so many fucking robots in the building, man? That's who we looking around for, man. Who's gonna let us keep our damn privacy rights, man? Having us logging in and giving biometrics to every motherfucking... I'm not with that, man. I'm done giving out my vote just because it's a fucking Democrat or a Republican, man. That shit's dead, man. Obama got a vote because he was black, man. I'm going to keep it all the way real. The one time I voted, man, was for Obama. It was because he was black, man. We're not giving out that shit no more, bro. Being bamboozled every fucking time, bro. Shit is over with.
Built right near your hometown, Utica, Queens. They're being called a national security threat for air traffic coming into the airport. What can you do to make sure these things
Well,
don't
we're trying to make sure it doesn't happen, and we've basically stopped all windmills in this country. It's the most expensive energy you can get. They're all made in China, a little bit in Germany, but mostly in China. And we're putting them all over our fields and ruining the fields and killing the birds and all of this. And the environmentalists say they like them, but they really are a tremendous eyesore. Ruined. Europe has gone, as you know, Europe isn't even recognizable anymore between immigration and because of, environmental things like the windmills, which are taking over. The people hate them. The energy is by far the most expensive, and we're fighting very hard to make sure that they don't get built. I hope we don't have one built during my administration. We inherited some contracts where they've gone down the line a little bit. We're trying to terminate them for a lot of different reasons. One of the reasons, as you had mentioned, it's endangerment for the military. It's also endangerment for airliners. So we're trying to take care of those situations now. They should have never been allowed in the first place. Yeah.
Longbone, what are you talking about, bro?
Thank you so much for this.
Sure.
What do you tell Americans who are concerned that the $1.3 trillion in savings does come at a cost to public health and the environment based on science?
I tell them don't worry about it because it has nothing to do with public health. This was all a scam, a giant scam. This was a ripoff of the country by Obama and Biden. And let's say Obama started it and got it rolling. And a terrible ripoff. They'll have more money to spend for health care. If you look at it, now they can go out and spend it on something that's meaningful.
Human dumb.
Lala, thank you, Lala, for that super chat. Lala said Trump the human dump, man. Thank you, Lala, for that super chat.
And nobody's doing more for health care than the Republican Party, and that starts with the fact that prescription drugs are going to be coming down at numbers that nobody's ever seen before. They're falling. We were paying the highest prices in the world by far, sometimes by 10 times more than other countries. Now we're going to be paying whatever the lowest price is anywhere in the world. We're going to be paying that. It's called Favorite Nation.
And when it reads that chat, can y'all hear it okay, or do I need to turn the volume up on the little lady voice?
Nations, most favored nations, and I think it's the biggest thing to happen in this world, the world of medicine, prescription drugs, ever. There's never been anything like it yet.
You said if he's black, he's obviously for the people. Man, I'm not finna let you troll me, man.
If, like in my third year, first term, I actually got prices down 1/4 or 1/8%, and I was so proud of myself because they were like that for years and years. And since under Biden, they went up very, very substantially. And now they're coming down by, depending on, you could say 500, 600, 700%, depending on the way you want to, or you could say 80%. It doesn't matter. They're coming down by numbers that nobody ever thought possible. I got it all done, and I got it all approved. And all of the countries all over the world are going to pay more. They've agreed to pay more because of tariffs. I said, if you don't do it, we're going to have to tariff you. And they've all...
Yo, we're going to get it better next time, man. We're going to get it better. Tonight's the first night. We're going to work the kinks out on that damn, where it reads out the super chat. We're going to get, you say the volume a little low, we're going to get all that shit together. I can't change it right now while I'm on stream, but best believe we're going to go back and rewatch this live and see where we need to, get that shit together.
Agreed to do it, otherwise they would have never done it. That was why no president has ever been able to get it done. Please.
Mr. President, you took more than 600 regulatory actions in the first year here. In the business world, you know how unnecessary red tape can hinder business expansion, investment expansion. Given the magnitude of this announcement here today and the deregulatory action you took in your first year, how much economic growth can we expect to see as your term progresses?
It's a great question. I think that it'll be enormous. Who knows really what the number is, but I can tell you in terms of economic growth, with $18 trillion being invested in this country right now, the most ever of any country by far. Not even close. Think of it, no matter where.
Chad, I'm going to be honest with y'all, man. Over the last few days, I've not the last few days, but really like the last few months, I've been realizing that we might have been fucked up by the propaganda, man. The propaganda might have gotten us, man. When we sit here and talk about making America great again and shit, like, don't get me wrong, I love my country, but we might have been got by the fucking propaganda, Chad. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I'm doing my research and I'm gonna do a video about it, but I think we might have been gotten by the fucking propaganda, bro.
Not just here. $18 trillion is coming in, and that money is being spent right now as we speak in new plants and equipments. And you may have heard Lee mentioned, I mentioned also, that over $100 billion is going to be spent in this very short period of time just by foreign auto companies on building auto plants in the United States. Some of the greatest thing that ever happened to the United Auto Workers. The head man has not been nice to me, but now I understand he's saying this is the greatest auto president in history. But the auto workers gave me their vote, and they knew what I was doing, and they know what needed to be done. The tariffs saved them, but this is now taken it to a level that I think, Lee, that nobody ever thought even possible. They thought this was...
I want to know who the fuck's trading.
We have to have...
It's like we seen in the Epstein files, right, Chad? Who's trading these shipping futures? Because with Trump putting all these tariffs on and shit like that, man, we just read the document where Epstein said the Jays get rich by trading shipping futures, man, based on how the amount of goods that are going to come in and out, man, how the damn shipping is going to be in the future, man. With all of these fucking tariffs and shit going on, man, I want to know, man, what them shipping futures are looking like, man. When are them motherfuckers changing short and long, man? Epstein spilled the beans, man. I don't think these people give a fuck. They have no shame. Plug, do you believe they're still trading the shipping futures like they exposed in the Epstein file? You're damn right, man. We see tariff here, tariff there, man. We're gonna let it go. We're gonna drop it from 25% to 15%. Next week it's 100%, man. What the fuck is going on, bro? Crazy.
Because we're making America great again. This is a big factor in making our country great. If you look at some of these cars, they didn't even work. They had computers all over the place trying to save a half an ounce of fuel. We have fuel for the next 500 to 1,000 years under our feet. And they're trying like hell to save a half an ounce of fuel. The whole thing is just crazy. Please, go ahead, please.
Is climate cooperation with China no longer in America's interest? And could you please confirm that you are going to visit China the first week of April?
Yeah, I'll be visiting President Xi in April. Look forward to it. He's coming here later in the year. And I look very much forward to it. No, our relationship with China is very good right now. And this is, not relevant too much having to do with China, what we're announcing today. But no, my relationship with President Xi is very good. Yes?
President, following your meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu yesterday, has your thinking changed at all as it relates to these negotiations with Iran or the timeline with Iran?
We have to make a deal, otherwise it's going to be very traumatic.
Oh shit, chat, did y'all see them people in Iran burning that big ass statue of the devil? Did y'all see those people in Iran burning a big ass ball whatever statue, man? That shit made some motherfuckers mad. Y'all will be actually surprised to see like people coming out of their shell on Twitter like, now why the fuck are y'all, got so much to say about this, man? I thought, you know what I mean, chat? All I'm gonna say is go look on Twitter, man. They burnt down the big devil statue over there, man, and people showing their true colors, man, about how they feel about this shit, man. It's crazy, chat. I'm not gonna lie, it's crazy, bro. Like, why are y'all so mad they burnt this devil statue down, bro? Why are y'all so mad they burnt this devil statue up, bro? Crazy, bro.
Very traumatic. I don't want that to happen, but we have to make a deal. They should have made a deal the first time. They got Midnight Hammer instead. And this will be very traumatic for Iran if they don't make a deal. Look, if they don't make a deal, then it'll be a different story. But we had a very good meeting yesterday with Bibi Netanyahu, and he understands, but it's ultimately up to me. If the deal isn't a very fair deal and a very good deal with Iran, then it's going to be, I think, a very difficult time for them in the back. I guess over the next month, something like that. Yeah, it should happen quickly. They should agree very quickly. Yeah.
President, we might be heading into a partial government shutdown. When was the last time you spoke with...
See, Fries, you see how you said that? What do you mean we? Straight up, Fries. See? You gonna see what I'm talking about tomorrow, because I said in my video we on shit, and I know it's gonna bring some comments. Motherfucker gonna be like, what you mean we, plug?
Schumer, and do you still feel Democrats are negotiating in good faith?
Well, a week ago I spoke, but we have to protect our law enforcement. Actually, the Supreme Court gave a ruling, or one of the courts gave a very big ruling on masks, that you have the right to use them, for personal protection if you want. So I don't know how that interjects. They want our law enforcement to be totally vulnerable and put them in a lot of danger. They have some things that are really very hard to approve, frankly. As you know, it's only pretend. We had various of the other bills, that's all done, but we're left with this one. We have to protect our law enforcement, very important. Please.
Why does Prime Minister Netanyahu want you to stop negotiating with Iran?
What the fuck do you think, lady? Oh my God. Listen, chat. This shit right here is absolutely crazy. Lala stole that shit. Stole it. You said Jasmine it may not be from the hood, but she's for the culture. Hold on, I forgot what she even asked this man.
He is, you're saying stop entertaining and stop talking to them? Didn't say that, we didn't discuss that. I'll talk to them as long as I like, and we'll see if we can get a deal with them, and if we can't, we'll have to go to phase 2. Phase 2 will be very tough for them. I'm not looking for that.
Mr. President, there are currently 0 Israeli hostages left in Gaza because of you. Thank you for that. And now that the war is ending in Gaza and Israel, I want to ask, do you believe Bibi bears any responsibility for the security failures that we saw on October 7th?
Well, October 7th was a rough time, and I guess everybody's responsible, which you to look. But it was a terrible attack. It was a sneak attack.
You said you sent the super chat, but it didn't show up. Nah, you couldn't have sent one, Fries. It might not have went through.
It was as violent as unfortunately, I've seen some of the results at levels that probably even you, good reporter, but probably you haven't seen. It was a horrible thing that took place. People were surprised. It was surprise attack. Nobody saw that coming. He didn't see it coming. Nobody else would have seen it coming if they were in his position, I don't believe. But I can tell you he's been a very good wartime prime minister. He's been very strong. We've worked with him very...
Oh, Fries, I think it's $2. It got to be a $2 super chat, I think. If it's a $2 or more super chat, it should read it.
Very well. We had tremendous success with Iran and everything else we've done. And he really has been. He's been, you know, extraordinary as far as a wartime prime minister. Not easy. And, you know, you have a president that refuses to give him a pardon. I think that man should be ashamed of himself. A pardon over this.
Like, where the fuck do we get to BB getting a pardon, man? Whose business is it? Like, who cares if BB gets a fucking pardon, bro? Like, let's be honest, man. Like, the average American gives no fucks if BB gets a pardon or not, bro. I'm just gonna be honest with you. When Trump was fighting his case, his 100 years in prison or whatever, some people gave a fuck about that, man. But let's be honest, man. People really don't give a fuck about Netanyahu, man, and what they got going on in his court, man. That's their business, man. What the fuck are we talking about? Friars, you care? So you think we should be advocating for Netanyahu to get a pardon, man? I don't think we should be advocating for Netanyahu to get a pardon. Pretty much, or against it, man. It's not our fucking business, man. Let the ICC handle that shit, man. Get somebody else to do it. What are we talking about, man? If he got up there and said, give Putin a pardon, man, y'all would shit bricks, bruh. I mean, shit bricks if he got up there and said, give Putin a pardon. Man, if he got up there and said, you know what, man, Putin, man, they need to just give him a pardon. Fuck what the ICC talking about, man. Pardon Putin, man. Oh my God, bro. Y'all know what will go on?
This trial that's going on, the president of Israel, the primary power he's got is the power to give pardons, and he's not, you know, he said he's given it 5 different times, but he doesn't want to do it because I guess he loses his power. I think the people of Israel should really shame him. He's disgraceful for not giving it. He should give it. But Bibi's been a great wartime prime minister, and I've been the best friend to Israel I think that they've ever had. A lot of people say beyond presidents that they've ever had, and we will continue to be. Yes, ma'am.
President. Voter ID polls very well matched.
That's what you said, that you guys have undercut the ICC. Whose fault is that? What good are laws if nobody's gonna enforce them? Isn't that what y'all come here and tell me all the time? So what the fuck is the ICC on? We're not even part of the ICC, are we? We're not even with the... What good is international law if nobody's gonna enforce the shit? Man, Putin don't give a fuck about that ICC warrant. Netanyahu don't give a damn about that ICC warrant, man. Mamdani's talking about he would arrest him, man. He open up some more free damn grocery stores, man. Y'all think Trump gives a fuck about an ICC warrant? Do I need to cue the video of those damn boats getting knocked out of the water, man? Did we forget about that, man? These people don't give a fuck about no ICC warrant, man.
Even the majority of Democrat voters want it. Right. So why do you think Senate Democrats are resisting the SAVE Act, and what is your strategy and realistic pathway to getting the SAVE Act passed to ensure free and fair elections for the next generation?
It's such a great question. I appreciate it, actually, because it's called the Save America Act. We've changed the name. It's the Save America Act. Democrats are against it. I heard one of them say, "We will stop the Save America Act." No,
Melanie, you watch your mouth, man. Go tell your kids to watch their mouth. I'm grown.
Save America. And it has to do with largely voting. And basically it's got three very simple points. It's got voter ID, photo ID, but voter ID with a photo, right? It's got the confirmation of U.S. citizenship. You have to be a citizen. So you have a vote, you have an ID. That's about a 99% one. And I think 90% with Democrats. Then you have confirmation U.S. citizenship. That's about a 99% one with Republicans, about 86% with Democrats, except Democrat politicians because they cheat on elections. And then you have no mail-in ballots. And there would be no mail-in ballots, very important. You know, we're the only country in the world that does a system like we do. We're the only country in the world that has mail-in ballots. The way we do this is unbelievable. It guarantees cheating. So it's no mail-in ballots with the exception of disability, illness, military, or if you're traveling, you can get an exemption. You know, if you happen to be out of the country for a good reason, you can have an exemption. So with exceptions, it's no mail-in ballots, and that will assure the security of our crooked elections. We have crooked elections, yeah.
Fired or disciplined that staffer who posted the video from your account that included the Obamas?
No, I haven't. That was a video on, as you know, voter fraud. And fairly long video, and they had a little piece that had to do with the Lion King. It's been very well, it's been shown all over the place long before that was posted. But that was a very strong, and I'm sure you saw it, a very strong piece on voter fraud. And the piece that you're talking about was all over the place many times, I believe for years. Yeah, please.
Commerce visited Epstein's Island, and do you continue to have
like he still doesn't say that our views don't align like that, man. Let that have been some anti-Semitic shit, bro. Let that have been some anti-Semitic shit or some anti-whatever shit, man. Motherfuckers would have at least said, you know what? It was a long video, the little 2 seconds was there, but you know we don't agree with that.
Aware of it? No, I didn't. I actually haven't spoken to him about it. I wasn't, but from what I hear, he was there with his wife and children. And I guess in some cases, some people were. I wasn't. I was never there. Somebody will someday say that. I was never there. Yeah, please.
This announcement that you made today, Mr. President, comes on the heels of a January jobs report that smashed industry expectations.
Smashed all records.
And big feature of that was you re-privatizing the economy, an economy that was bloated with federal employment under the previous president. What's your message to Americans following this jobs report that smashed industry expectations? Is this just a sign that the best is yet to come?
Thank you. The jobs report's amazing in certain ways because we have tremendously fewer federal employees, way down. And now I could have left them and added to what we did, and we would have had almost 100% employment. I could have gotten a great kick out of the fact that we're 100% employed. But we got rid of tremendous numbers of federal workers, and they hated me for it. Now they love me because most of them have gotten jobs in the private sector for 2 and 3 times more money than they were being paid by the federal government. We had some jobs where you had 10 workers for one job. 10 workers for a job that one person should be doing. And we've gotten rid of a lot of those jobs. And by getting rid of them, these people became available to work in the private sector. And as you know, the numbers are incredible. So the job numbers are incredible. The financial numbers are beyond belief. Again, they thought it couldn't be done in 4 years, and I did it in 1 year. And the numbers you're going to see is these, I don't know if you noticed also construction numbers, the jobs for construction workers. You know why? Because they're building plants all over the United States, that's why. And when these plants open in a year from now, some sooner, some a little bit later, but when these auto plants, AI plants, and thousands of other types of plants, when they open over the next period of a year, year and a half, you're going to see numbers like we've never seen before in this country. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
We did want to share that with you.
Yeah, that's crazy, chat. Y'all double tap the screen, shut a live out. We're 15 subscribers away from the next sub goal, chat. Let's hit that next sub goal. I'm gonna get a sub goal ticker up there too.
Did he work for Mossad? It's more like Mossad was working for Epstein.
I could have gotten no jail time. If he had told me he was an intelligence source, it would have been a slam dunk for me.
Hang on a second. If he'd said he was working with the Mossad, then he would get off being a pedophile.
You have the FBI, you have the DOJ, you have unlimited resources, and the US government responds like, hey guys, let the internet figure it out. You want some guy on Reddit cross-referencing flight logs at 2 a.m. while he's eating Cheetos?
You're lying, you're defaming me. You are now going to be sued. You are now going to be sued.
The latest release of the Epstein files has shone an unforgiving light on the shocking judgment and tawdry behaviour of many VIP men. We've covered the revelations extensively, not least as they've plunged the British government and royal family into historic crisis. But many regular contributors to this show and many of our viewers say that...
Chat, be sure to double tap the screen. We are 15 subscribers away from the next sub goal, and answer the poll question. Does voting matter? And will you be voting red or blue this midterm? Let me know. Drop red or blue hearts in the chat for how you will be voting midterm. If you don't know how you will be voting, drop a black heart. Red heart if you're going to be voting red this midterms. Blue heart if you're going to be voting blue. Black heart if you are undecided.
The media is missing or willfully ignoring the big story, that Epstein was an Israeli operation. That's what Cenk Uygur said. Why is the media not touching Jeffrey Epstein's clear connection to Israel, asked Mehdi Hassan. Without question, the theory that Epstein was an intelligence asset makes a lot of sense. He had a vast and mostly unexplained wealth. He kept meticulous and exhaustive records. He obsessively curated VIP friends who he invited to luxury properties wired for surveillance. He got an implausibly generous legal reprieve after the district attorney in Florida was told, quote, Epstein belongs to intelligence. And the files certainly do reveal many ties to Israel. We know that former PM Ehud Barak stayed with Epstein frequently, long after his conviction. And the connection certainly didn't end there. But the current Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, says it's a red herring. Epstein's unusual close relationship with Barak doesn't suggest Epstein worked for Israel, he posted.
That he ever worked for the Mossad, and if he did, why wouldn't he have told me? I actually was a lawyer. I represented the Mossad back in the 90s when 3 Mossad agents were caught in Cyprus, and Cyprus thought they were working for Turkey. In fact, they weren't, and I helped to get them out. I have a very good relationship with the current head of the Mossad, the former head of the Mossad. Obviously, I've asked them that question, and there's no evidence.
But Alan, I would say this. I would say this to you. You know, if I was to ask you about all the despicable crimes that Epstein was committing, right, you would say, because I think you said it publicly, you didn't know about any of that, right? So, of course, could it be that Jeffrey Epstein just had a completely different life that he just did not tell you about, and that included despicable human sex trafficking, and it may also have included being a spy. I mean, clearly, if he wasn't telling you about all the sex trafficking, which was a huge amount of his life, then, you know.
Yeah, a lot of the Epstein victims claim to be put in cages and, you know, raped over and over, and they got emails today that are that they found to where Epstein was ordering cages. Epstein was ordering cages, sulfuric acid. It's getting really crazy over there, Chad. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, and he had a camera set up in his living room. They found footage of like a grainy ass security camera that he had in his living room. Wow.
Why is this surprising if he kept the rest of it from you?
Well, it's very surprising because telling me about his sex life didn't help him. Telling me that he worked for the Mossad would have given him a get out of jail free card. Remember, Jeffrey Epstein hated me before he died. He wrote all kinds of letters to Woody Allen as to what a terrible lawyer I was. He wouldn't pay me my fee. He fired me because he thought I had gotten him a terrible deal, that famous sweetheart deal. He ended up 18 months in prison. He was outraged. He didn't want to spend a minute in prison. I could have gotten him no jail time. If he had told me he worked for the Mossad, for the CIA, he was an intelligence source, it would have been a slam dunk for me to go to whoever I had to go to, even up to the President of the United States.
Are we hearing this shit? Are we hearing this shit, bro? What the fuck is he talking about? If Epstein had told me he was Mossad or CIA, I would have got him out of the shit. He wouldn't even have done 18 months. These people have no shame. None. What the fuck is going on?
18 months in prison. He was outraged. He didn't want to spend a minute in prison. I could have gotten him no jail time. If he had told me he worked for the Mossad, for the CIA, he was an intelligence source, it would have been a slam dunk for me to go to whoever I had to go to, even up to the President of the United States, and I would have gotten him a deal with no time at all. Epstein was a selfish SOB. He would do...
Who the fuck is this guy to say he would have gotten Epstein a deal with no time at all? How many other motherfuckers have you gotten deals with no time at all? He just single-handedly exposed how fucking corrupt our justice system, our courts, and everything else in between is in like 10 words, 20 words. Like 20 words. He just exposed every fucking gripe that people have with this said system that we use. 20 words.
Anything to avoid prison time. Why wouldn't he have told me that he worked for the Mossad if he worked for the Mossad? So, yeah, of course he's not going to tell me when I knew him as an academic acquaintance. He's not going to tell me he's having sex with young children. He hid that from everybody. He did have a separate life, a completely separate life. But once I was his lawyer, it was in his interest to tell me things that would benefit him. And I can't imagine anything benefiting him more than having worked for an intelligence agency. But I pressed him on
some
that,
people might
and
be.
he didn't.
I'll come to Bassem in a moment, but some people will be listening to this going, hang on a second, you mean if he said he was working with the Mossad or CIA, then he would get off being a paedophile? In other words, you can commit crimes of paedophilia
he wasn't accused of being
children, and you would simply not go to prison for it.
That's right. Let's be clear. He was charged.
That's right. Let's be clear. He's not stuttering. Let's be clear. He was charged with this, and this. Fuck the 3 million files that we got. That shit was hindsight 2020. We would have never even got that 3 million files because his ass wouldn't have went to jail fucking with me if he would have said he was Mossad or 3-letter agencies in America. What? You have no shame. None. Now I understand he's a lawyer, Chad. But I don't give a fuck. I truly don't. Like, he's exposing how corrupt this fucking system is, bro. We're sitting here talking about the fucking cupcake of a trial and the damn layup that they did in Florida before this shit went global. New York, Little St. James, New Mexico, fucking Santa, wherever. We're wondering, we're looking around like, how did this fucking 18 months not stick? You're talking about 0 time. And we wonder why Ghislaine is over there playing fucking pickleball, eating out of the snack machine, getting her toes painted and shit. Hell, had she had told the truth, she wouldn't have went to the penitentiary either. fucking no wonder she's asking for clemency. This shit is crazy.
Charged with 2 counts. One, a 17-year and 10-month-old woman who he paid for prostitution. The other, a woman in her 20s who was a prostitute who he paid. Those are the only 2 things he pleaded guilty to. The only 2 things he's ever been convicted. He was never convicted of pedophilia. He was never convicted of trafficking. None of that. He may have done all of those things. But when I was representing him, all he was being charged with was these 2 counts of paying prostitutes. One who was 17 years old and 10 months. I could have gotten him no jail time for that if he had been a member of the Mossad. Any good lawyer could have parlayed his membership and his contribution to intelligence into a deal. Or, for example, if he had anything on Donald Trump or anything on Bill Clinton, of course any prosecutor would exchange this nobody, who nobody had ever heard of at the time, getting free from prison for, my God, the president, former president, future president. No, the best evidence is that he never, ever tried to tell me anything that would help him, that would support any of these theories about Clinton or Trump or the Mossad. So I am completely...
He didn't even say if he was on operations, if he was doing official work and it wasn't what you thought it was. He just said, as long as you work there. As long as you fucking work there, bro, you're good. He just gave every fucking toucher out here the fucking game plan. If you want to be a fucking toucher, according to this guy, you just got to go work for a 3-letter agency, man. And let your lawyer know. Scot-free. Scot-free. What the fuck are we living right now, dude?
Confident that he was not an intelligence asset. I wish, your previous guest is right. He would have been a perfect intelligence asset if I were the head of the Mossad. I would say, oh my God, now that I know who he knew, Bill Gates, everybody, the Sultan of this, the Sultan of that, sure, we try to recruit him, but they didn't know that at the time because he didn't have many of those friends back in the 1980s and 1990s. Many of them became his friends, ironically, after he got out of prison.
Okay, Bassem Youssef, you've been waiting patiently. Welcome back to Uncensored. What is your response to Alan Dershowitz?
I think that what Mr. Alan Dershowitz just said is the best recruitment video for Mossad. Basically, they're telling people, if you're Mossad, you can get away with anything. The same thing that happened with Tom Alexandrovich.
Like, listen to the messages they're put. And then what's crazy about it is, we're seeing this shit. We're seeing this. Did we not just see the one intelligence officer that got caught up in that child sting? I think it was like in Vegas or somewhere on the West Coast. He got caught up in that child sting, the damn intelligence agent, and they flew his ass out of the country. Gave him a bond, and he fucking... They didn't even say he skipped bond, chat. When niggas run on shit, bro, they say he jumped bond. They're not even saying this guy jumped bond. They're saying he went the fuck home. He just went the fuck home. Caught up in a child toucher picture shit, man. Whatever the fuck was going on. He didn't even jump bond, bro. He just went the fuck home.
The cybersecurity guy from Netanyahu's government who was arrested in Nevada for trying to lure up in an FBI stint operation, and he got off the hook. He traveled. He didn't even have to attend his trial. He did Zoom from Israel. And like Ori Solomon, just a couple of days ago, there was a biolab in Nevada that nobody is actually talking about. Actually, as a matter of fact, the mainstream media, they reported it, but they never mentioned his nationality as an Israeli who was running a biolab in Nevada that includes deadly viruses. If that was a Muslim, it would be like all over the news. So basically, Mr. Dershowitz is telling us, if you're Mossad, you have like an out of jail card. And you know what? Maybe he's right.
Or a CIA. Or a CIA agent. That's true.
Mr. Dershowitz, I did not interrupt you a single second when you talked. So
I
like, after you're done with the gaslighting, please let me finish. First of all, I think like I'm now kind of leaning towards believing mainstream media, especially CBS and CNN under Barry Weiss and Larry Ellison. I mean, the evidence is there that he is actually a Russian asset. His girl.
This is the big. Woo, Chad, I'm trying not to just go on one right now. A big distraction from something. It's not a big distraction from, it's everything, man. It is what, it's not a distraction, man. It's literally every fucking thing, bruh. It's everything. It's the kids. It's the markets. It's the video games. It's down to the way of fucking life. This shit is embedded in everything. The fear and greed is at like a fucking 5 in the crypto markets, man. Because of Epstein shit. Talking about the Dows at 50,000. Motherfuckers quiet now. Silver fell off a cliff. Gold did too, man. It's everything. It's the money. It's the money. It's the money. It's not. It can't be a distraction from it's embedded into everything. This shit is a sickness. A fucking a sickness, bruh. Shit is crazy.
Girlfriend Ghislaine Maxwell was the daughter of a Mossad super spy. He was represented by you, Mr. Dershowitz, Israel's favorite lawyer, who you're also a lawyer to the Mossad, which, of course, everything you tell us will be true. Ehud Barak was at his place the whole time. He fled to Israel when he was charged with sex crimes, and he was pictured wearing an IDF shirt. He was funded by pro-Israel fanatics. He worked for the Rothschild. He donated to pro-Israel student groups. He was responsible for the Wagner's group's pro-Israel philanthropy. He supported Israel settlement projects. His friends were all Zionists. He referred to us as Goyim. He was involved in Israel diplomacy effort. He brokered security deals with Israel. And even a former Israeli intelligence officer, Ari Ben Menashe, like Mr. Ryan Grimm said, he said he ran a honeypot for Israel. So yes, of course, he was definitely a Russian spy. Makes sense. You know what? I'm by the way, Mr.
You're a good comedian. You're a good comedian. This is very funny.
I'm actually a huge fan of yours because I have known you since the 2000s. I mean, actually, you're one of the very few lawyers who are actually known in the Middle East. It's like watching a real-life courtroom drama lawyer. There's even T-shirts with your face in it in Egypt. And I've followed you for a while. And that's why I'm here today. When they told me Mr. Dershowitz is here, it's like I have to be here just for the gaslighting, because the level of gaslighting isn't new. For more than 2.5 years, Mr. Dershowitz and his client Israel have gaslighted us in front of our eyes for 2.5 years with all of the destructions and the killing that we've seen in Gaza, but according to them, it's not a genocide, it's self-defense. He told us that every dead child is
not a genocide.
That the
it's a blood libel to call it a genocide.
That the International Court of Justice is a fake
you
court,
can't
and
lie
Israel
and
predicts
just
anti-Semitic.
expect
Now,
silence.
Mr. Dershowitz, please, I did not interrupt you. Don't interrupt me. I know that you're a lawyer and you do that. Objection,
I'm
Your
going
Honor.
to interrupt
Don't
you
interrupt
if you
me.
use the word
now, the
genocide.
Epstein files are public. People can read them. People can see.
You see Marco Rubio's up there talking about, it's a new world and geopolitics. We got to reevaluate our position in the world. Man, all this shit's going to shit, man. Reevaluate our position in the world. What the fuck happened to global dominance, man? It sounds like motherfuckers ready to make some concessions. Why? The fuck's changed, man?
The horrible stuff that you again are gaslighting us. In your own work, you said that he's not a pedophile because he liked 15 and 16 years old, but not 11 and 12 years old.
No, I said 17 and 10 months.
People can
17
read,
and 10
you
months.
can read the ages of the kids in the emails. They can read about the pizza, the ice cream, the beef
wasn't
jerky,
convicted.
and you can see the connection with Israel. And yet, here you are again, gaslighting us. This is your playbook, attacking the victims.
It's called
the Palestinians, Hamas,
it's
terrorists,
called truth.
Epstein victims, liars, prostitutes, drama students, and of course,
When you say Hamas are not
anti-Semitic.
terrorists,
You have a history
when you say
of
Hamas are
hiring
not terrorists,
investigators to dig through teenage girls at MySpace pages looking for marijuana.
That's what lawyers
You
do.
called a 16-year-old girl a thief in the Daily Mail. You got Epstein 13 months in county jail with work release for abusing 34 victims where he should have got life in prison. That's not a plea bargain. That's a spa package.
Just
and
lying.
every single
You're
time,
just
your
lying.
defense is the
I
same.
challenge.
Bruh, he damn near don't even look human, bruh. I'm just gonna be honest with you, chat, man. Like, he damn near don't even look human, bruh. Whatever that guy seen in his lifetime, man, I hope I never see it, bruh. Like, I hope I never see what this guy seen in his lifetime, man. Like, that shit took him down through there, bruh. Like, hey, like grapes, huh?
I challenge you to defend. I challenge you to defend your statement that he got 18 months.
Stop interrupting me, Mr. Dershowitz.
You're just lying.
A Syrian
You're just
child
lying.
predator and got him the deal of the century. 2 women accuse you under oath. You settled for nearly $1 million. Innocent men don't pay.
Wait, that's another lie, not a penny. You're lying. You're defaming me. You are now going to be sued. You are now going to be sued for saying I paid $1 million. You're going to be sued, and I would, Pierce, I would recommend you cutting him off when he says that I paid $1 million. I didn't pay.
Hey, man, whoever this guy is, this lawyer, man, don't sue me, bro. I'm broke as fuck, man. Let me make it, man. You know what I'm saying? Let me make it, bro. It's all allegedly. You just don't look human to me right now, though, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna be honest with you. I'm not putting that on you. I'm just, saying, yeah, don't sue me, though. I'm broke as fuck right now, man. Matter of fact, chat, double tap the screen, shut the live out.
Bassem, you've spoken for a long time. Okay, Bassem, you've spoken for a long time. Bassem, you've spoken for a long time. You've made a number of allegations.
There is going to be,
Is it
I
only
can
fair
tell
that
you right now, I am going to...
But he keeps interrupting me, Pierce. I didn't interrupt him.
Okay, I am going to make it very clear.
But he shouldn't be interrupting
I'm going to make it very clear. I'm filing a lawsuit immediately. I'm instructing my lawyers to file a lawsuit against them for saying I paid $1 million. What happened is a woman falsely accused me. She admitted she may have mistaken me and confused me for somebody else. She dropped all of her charges. Not a single penny was paid. Nothing. And it's all in the agreement. All a matter of court record. You saying that I paid $1 million is going to result in you having to pay me many millions of dollars.
It's a dirty game, man.
This is from the New Yorker.
The New Yorker never said anything like that. You're such a liar.
He should have said allegedly after that motherfucking chat. Would have saved him a lawsuit, huh? Would have saved his ass a couple million, man. Up there on Piers Morgan playing with this man that don't even look like a man allegedly, man. You should have said allegedly, man. You should have said allegedly. I heard your ass paid $1 million, man.
I thought you were a comedian. I thought at least you'd be funny. You're just a liar. You're just somebody who is prepared to make any kind of anti-Semitic,
Are we talking about morals here, man? You just told me you would have got Epstein off scot fucking free, and we're gonna have a moral debate in this motherfucker, man. Oh shit, bruh. Bro, hey, what is the term for that shit, bruh? I know I say these people have no shame, but it's a term for that shit right there, man. What's the word for that shit, man? Like, we're gonna talk about more. You just said you would have got Epstein the fuck off, man, had he have told you he was part of, any kind of intelligence. Like, he's above the law. And we're gonna have a moral debate over this man saying you paid $1 million? What?
Israel statement.
Oh,
and you're willing.
Audacity, man. That's the fucking term. The audacity of this motherfucker here, man.
Lie about it. Now I want you to justify the $1 million. I want you to justify that I paid $1 million. I want you to justify that. Will you justify it? Will you justify that I paid $1 million? Where did you get that piece of nonsense? Where did you make that up? You said Hamas is not a terrorist organization?
If you want to sue someone,
you show me the New Yorker and I'll pay you $1 million. You're a liar. The New Yorker didn't print that. You're lying.
Okay,
Why don't we take a time out now? Go online, get the New Yorker, and show the people that are listening, the good people, the New Yorker. You're lying through your teeth. You're a despicable liar, and if you said it under oath, you'd be a perjurer. There is no truth to what you've said. Period, and I'm going to sue you.
Come on. Is that what you
Finally, I shut him up.
No, I didn't shut up. You're just like cutting me. Mr. Allen, you went from...
Man, listen, Chad. I guess this type of beefing is above my pay grade right now, man. We gonna get there, Chad. We gonna show up every night until I can beef with somebody and be like, I'm gonna sue you. I'll see you in court, motherfuckers. Chat, will y'all quit fucking with me then, chat? Will y'all leave me alone, man? Like what's gonna happen, chat? If we make it over here, man, and I start talking about I'm gonna sue you to everybody, I'm talking about I'm suing that motherfucker, man. It was cool when they did it. It was cool when Trump sued the world, man. Let me sue a few motherfuckers, man. Coming me crazy over there with Piers Morgan, man. Pierce, you watch it too, man. Sue your ass too, man, when this shit get right, man. This crazy, bro. Hey, this is a dirty fucking game.
I got a massage on Epstein too. I got a massage from a 50-year-old Russian woman named Olga. But I kept my underwear on.
My wife and I both received therapeutic. I received a neck massage back in the 1990s. I've never received an erotic massage in my life.
Man, that's fucking cap, chat. Allegedly. Man, listen, chat. Look at Pierce. Pierce just put his head down, man. He closed his eyes, man. Pierce don't believe that shit. I don't believe that shit. My chat doesn't believe that shit, man. Listen, how the fuck else was you getting it? I'm just gonna ask, man. How the fuck else was you getting it, man? Did you leave it on the dresser? Did you use a Cash App? Oh, you just paid the straight bill, man. You just had her send you the bill, man, and went on, shot that shit to Entergy, allegedly. But he's saying he never done it, so he's never done it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not putting anything on this man, Chad. It's all speculation, man. I'm just having fun.
I have never told a misstatement about this, and I want you to show everybody the New Yorker. The claim that the New Yorker said I paid $1 million. It's an outright lie.
And then he said he didn't pay no money for a erotic massage, Chad. He didn't say he didn't pay for that ass. You know what I'm saying? It's a difference, Chad. It's a difference, man. Paying for an erotic massage is a little different than paying for that ass, man. You know what I'm saying? It's a little difference between an erotic massage and cold hard. You know what I mean, chat. But I'm not putting that on this man. I don't think he did it. He said he didn't do it, so he didn't do it, chat. All right? Chat, say he didn't do it, chat. He did not do it, man. Allegedly. I'm broke, man. Don't sue me.
You can look it up right now while we're talking. Show it to the people. Show them what you say the New Yorker said.
What's up, Steve?
Look it up.
I'm looking at right now. It is called for people to search it.
Let's see it. Let's see it. Everybody can see it.
It's called Alan Dershowitz, Devil's Advocate.
Maybe it'll mitigate your
by
damages.
Coney Brock, July 29, 2019. You can read there that it's there.
Read me the quote. Read.
DAG, man, you talking about who cares? He the one cares. He put it on everything. He ain't never had it happen. Said he got a neck massage, man. I wonder whose neck was getting massaged. You know what I'm saying? Whose neck was getting massaged? I'm just asking, man.
The quote about $1 million. You can't find it because it's not there, because you made it up, and because you're a despicable liar. And you're going to be sued. And if you want to mitigate your damages, then you'll show me the New Yorker. But you're not going to show me the New Yorker, because everybody out there is going to look you in the eye and say, you lied on international television about Dershowitz paying $1 million and the New Yorker saying it.
You talking about get a life, catch you later. Motherfucker DAG, how long? We been live up 103 minutes, dude. You been in this bitch. Now it's time for you to go to bed. You want to tell me to get a life on your way. Pick them thong flip-flops up and get the fuck out, man. Don't let the door hit you on your way out, man. See you next time. Fuck.
False. categorically false. I'm calling you a liar. You can sue me for defamation. And if you could produce the, I paid $1 million to the woman who accused me falsely and who admitted that she may have misidentified me with somebody else. You read me that.
What's up, John?
Silence. Silence.
So, dude, it's a big article.
Profound silence.
Find
me the relevant.
And he reading for that million, ain't he, Chad? He done told me for the sue his ass for some millions, man. He done got the quiet as hell over there. He trying to find that shit, boy. God damn.
Point. Find it for me. We have all the time in the world. Find it for me. Let's go. Find it for me. Now, Google has, we would say, Dershowitz $1 million.
Oh, here it is. Here it is.
We caught you.
In 2015, when Jeffrey's allegation against Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein became, okay. Just before a trial was to begin in May 2019, the amount was undisclosed, but Jeffrey reportedly received a multi-million-dollar settlement. The allegation went in...
Who did?
Dude, Jeffrey.
Yeah, let's go.
Veronica.
You said I paid $1 million to the woman who accused me falsely. I want you to quote that from the New Yorker. And if you can't, admit you're a liar.
Say now.
Silence. Profound silence.
Dude! Stop. Stop.
Guilty silence.
Dude, it is a... Guys. Here it is. Oh, dude,
no, it isn't. No, it isn't. You're lying.
Oh, here it is. In April 2016, the case settled. There was no such settle. With the press reported that the agreement...
What case?
Wait. The press reported that the agreement included a financial arrangement implying that Jeffrey's team had paid it. In fact, Dershowitz Insurance Company had paid Jeffrey's lawyers in negotiations. The parties has discussed a figure of nearly $1 million, with $50,000 going to Dershowitz, which would allow him to claim a payment. The final amount has not been disclosed.
But you know it. A, you know it. Number B, this had nothing to do with Virginia.
You want to go and
this had nothing to do with the woman who accused me. This was a lawsuit between lawyers, and it had.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie. The dude on the right done fucked up, man. Whoever this is on the left side is finna sue the balls off that man. And look at Pierce. Pierce ain't said a motherfucking thing, man. Pierce ain't stopped it. He ain't interjected. Pierce ain't said a motherfucking thing, man. Hello? Pierce, is anyone home?
Nothing to do.
I'm so alone. Pierce, is anyone home?
This accusation, zero. You made up the whole story.
Why
the
would
New Yorker never reported
it? Pay the lawyers?
They also paid me. There was a mutual settlement where both sides paid sums to each other. Each of us received payments covering our legal fees, and this was about lawyers. This was not a...
Hey, look at Pierce. Pierce over there. Pierce like, damn, am I going to get involved? Because the shit happened on my show. Now, am I going to in turn be sued? Because look at it, chat. If that guy on the left sues the guy on the right could possibly in turn sue Pierce Morgan for putting him in this hostile environment and not, being a moderator.
Okay, you know what?
That might be why Pierce just shut the fuck up.
Guys, I invite everybody to go to read the New Yorker article and see the pattern of lying that Mr. Dershowitz has done over the years.
Let me say something.
Okay, Pierce.
Let's get back to the merits. We know he's a liar. We know he's not a funny comedian.
Come on, liar, anti-Semitic. It's the same thing.
All right, let me.
No, Pierce not smoking nothing, Pat. Y'all know Pierce just had hip surgery, man. It ain't no telling what they got Pierce on over there in the UK, man. I'm not sure, man. Listen, hip replacement. Pierce probably didn't even offer him the non-narcotic, man. They probably gave Pierce the heavy shit, man. Over there chilling, man. Pierce is probably damn near on the moon, man. Cloud 9 allegedly had hip replacement, man. He's probably full of perk 10s, man, allegedly.
Back to the bigger
why
picture.
would I believe you if you have lied many times?
Let me put it back. Alan, I want to just talk to you about something you said earlier, because there's been a bit of confusion about this, I think, in the public domain. You said in the end that the settlement that Epstein made pertained to a 21-year-old and a 17-year-old. But many of the contemporaneous reports about this settlement refer to a 14-year-old girl who Epstein had paid for a massage.
That was not part of the case.
So can
that
you
was
explain,
not part of the case. The indictment.
But that precipitated the investigation, right?
Let me tell you what happened. A 14-year-old girl was heard on the phone talking to her another friend about whether or not she could get a massage from an older man. That precipitated the investigation. But the investigation culminated not in any kind of an indictment regarding that 14-year-old. There was no evidence of it. And so in the end, the 14-year-old claim disappeared. The only evidence that they were able to prove to get a grand jury indictment was a...
Chat, double tap the screen for me. Everybody go to the top, hit the 3 dots. We're 25 subscribers away from the next sub goal. Do not lose this channel. We turn up over here, man. We have great content. Subscribe to the channel now. All super chats are read out loud. The AI reads it out loud. It does a whole different thing, man. Double tap the screen, shut a live out.
A 17-year-old and 10-month person and a woman in her 20s, an adult who has agency. Both of them in the indictment were called prostitutes. And he was indicted for paying money to soliciting 2 prostitutes, one of whom was...
So this is the thing, though. If we're going to talk about prostitutes, we got to keep it all the way real, man. Were they being pimped out? Were they being trafficked? Was this some underage trafficking, man, that he bought some... If they're going to call them prostitutes, man, were they underage being trafficked, man? Or are we just going to act like they went out there on their own, man? I don't think they got these girls off the corner, man. I don't think they were walking down fucking Figueroa.
17 years old and 10 months. The 14-year-old was
right, so
never
the 17-year-old, but to be
clear,
legally, okay, but Alan, to be clear, the 17-year-old was a legal was a legal minor.
Of course, and that's why he pleaded guilty to it and went to jail for it. He deserved to go to jail.
And do you believe?
Yeah.
So I interviewed one of the legal team on behalf of some of these girls involved in that case, who said that he was offended about the characterization of any minor as a prostitute.
Well, then he should complain to the prosecution. It's what the prosecution put in the indictment. We didn't write the indictment. The prosecution put it in the indictment. They did an investigation. They found out that these were young women who were coming for pay, were being paid money to give massages. They defined that as prostitution. It wasn't us who did that. That was the prosecutors who did that. So that's all.
But when you say he wasn't convicted, okay. But when you say he wasn't convicted as a paedophile, he was though. If you do a deal that involves a minor,
look, you can quibble over words, but the medical definition of pedophile.
Well, no, it's a legal definition, isn't it?
He pleaded. That's not the legal definition. The legal definition is underage. The word pedophile is never used legally for anybody who's 17 and 10 months. But we're quibbling. He pleaded guilty to 17 and 10 months. He was guilty of that. It's a despicable, terrible thing. He may have had sex with even younger people, but he was never convicted of that. He was never charged with that. He probably would have been charged with it had he stayed alive, but he wasn't. But let's stick to the facts. He pleaded guilty only to 2 charges of soliciting a 17, 10-month-old and an above-age person for prostitution. That's what the state charged him with. That's what he pleaded guilty to. That's what the federal government agreed would be the deal that would terminate the federal prosecution. That's what happened. He hated me for that.
If you have any sexual relations with a minor, yeah, but Alan, if you, talk about quibbling, but if you have sexual relations with a minor, you're a paedophile.
No, I don't want to fight with that, because you can call him whatever you want. That's fine. You call him a pedophile. But no medical doctor, no psychologist will tell you that a 17-year-old, 10-month woman who's taking money to give massages is subject to the other person being called a pedophile. But let's not get into that. Call him a pedophile. That's fine. He pleaded guilty to charges of having sex for money with a minor. Yes, he did that. And he did much worse than that. And he was a despicable human being who deserves no pity whatsoever. But that doesn't give anybody license to simply lie about what happened. For example, one of the papers in Israel, when talking about Ehud Barak, said he was convicted of having sex with a 14-year-old. No, he wasn't. He was investigated for that, and the investigation terminated with no...
What's up, DMZ? Appreciate the sub.
Did he have sex with a 14-year-old? I have no idea. Maybe the prosecution has an idea. Maybe it's true. Maybe it's not. But it's not true that he was convicted of that. Never.
So what is your assessment, Alan Dershowitz, now of what Jeffrey Epstein did? And why is it that no really high-profile American men in particular have been brought to account for what was going on?
Well, one name has been. One of the names that was recently disclosed by Congress people yesterday was Leslie Wexner. And I think it's very appropriate to investigate Leslie Wexner. He went back to Jeffrey Epstein many years. Let me give you my assessment of what happened. Look, there were real victims, horrible victims, people who should never have been put through this, people who are underage, and I have tremendous compassion for these victims. But then there's another category of people, women who are 25, who came back over and over again and received $150, $200. Then they went and they recruited 14 and 15-year-olds for Epstein, and they were paid to recruit for Epstein. These people should also be investigated. They may have been victims, but they were also perpetrators. It's a lot grayer than the black and white of victimization and survivalization and all of that. It's much more complex than that. But there's no justifying what Epstein did. It was terrible. It was awful. I wish I had never laid eyes on that SOB. He's an awful, awful human being. That's the job of a criminal defense lawyer, to defend and get the best deal. I thought I got the best deal. He thought I got a terrible deal.
Bassem Youssef, what is your wider view about the Epstein scandal and the, so far, very limited accountability for other people involved?
Well, you see, I'm actually like the FBI just dumped millions of unredacted or redacted Epstein files on the public and said, you know what? Here you go. Have fun. It's like a scavenger hunt. Like you expect, like it's kind of like a TikTok challenge. Can you find a pedophile? You have the FBI, you have the DOJ, you have unlimited resources, unlimited power, unlimited budgets. This is the biggest sex trafficking scandal in modern history. Billionaires, politicians, royalty, and all hanging out on Pedophile Island. And the US government responds like, hey guys, let the internet figure it out. What is this? A group project? Are you serious? You want me to do your job? You want some guy on Reddit cross-referencing flight logs at 2 a.m. while he's eating Cheetos? Like, you want TikTokers playing a game of Clue? Hey, it was Prince Andrew and having a massage with the undergirl. What is this? It is not the job of private citizens to figure out clues. I don't understand. Is the FBI too busy to do their job? Here's what should have happened. They should have released a name. They should have arrested predators. They should have hold the trials. You know, like a functioning justice system. Right, but instead you give us 4 million trillion documents with no index, no categorization, redactions everywhere. Then say, hey, good luck with that, guys. Like, let us know if you find anything. Wallahi azim, not even a third world country dictatorship would do that to us. In third world countries, they would release nothing. Keep us in the dark, you know, like a self-respected dictatorship. But this, like this choose your own adventure bullshit, this like figure it out on your own. What kind of service is this? Like, I mean, the government takes half of my money so I can do its job, and then sends the other half to Israel. I mean, this is just like dysfunctional, you know. And I'm just like, you know, and my wider view of this, you know, my first time I appeared with you, Piers, I talked about like how Israel is like a narcissistic psychopath, and it went viral because people felt it. Because you see, narcissists don't just lie to you. They create an entire alternate reality and pull you into it. That's why it's called the narcissist shared reality. The narcissist builds an alternate, highly controlled reality and pulls other people into it. And in that false reality, the narcissists are always, you know, they're special, they're misunderstood, they are victimized, yeah? And Israel does this on a national level for decades, right? They have told us we're the victim. We have no choice. It's self-defense, you know. And in the same thing now with Epstein. It's a sheer reality. Oh, maybe he's a Russian spy. Maybe he is. It's like it's right in front of our eyes, and we have to go through these like mental gymnastics and figure it out. It's right there. Nothing is gray, Mr. Dershowitz. Nothing is gray. Genocide is not gray. Sex trafficking is not gray.
I agree with you. I agree with you, and it wasn't committed. Genocide is what was committed.
I understand that you are a lawyer.
What's
and you need
committed
to
in
defend
parts
your
of
client,
Africa?
but
Genocide was.
Thank you, Florida Line.
Let Alan respond.
Why do you keep cutting me
Let
off?
Alan respond. No, let Alan respond.
First of all, let's be very clear. Genocide has a.
Okay, you know what? I can just like log out because
genocide
like, I haven't
is
had
not
like a
fighting
couple
a
of
war.
Lori, that's what I was speaking about earlier. How did Maxwell not get the death penalty for what happened to those children? It's because it's in everything. When they asked Pam Bondi about the Epstein files, what did she say? The Dow Jones is over 50,000. I just played a video the other day about a man upset, damn near in tears, because Microsoft had dropped 10% on the news that Bill Gates was on that island doing shit. That's why Maxwell is in a damn prison, feet kicked up. That's why Maxwell says she's pleading the fifth until she's granted clemency. It's everything.
You're allowing me to respond, please. Genocide is fighting
no,
a
didn't.
war.
You responded.
And
it's my turn to speak.
Let me respond, please.
Mr.
Are you going to let me respond?
Didn't let me respond.
So here's the point.
Okay.
You're not going to let me
You know
respond.
what? This is just
okay.
like it's
let me
it's
respond.
Useless. No.
Let
I will
me
not
respond.
let you respond because you didn't let me talk.
Let me respond. You're not going to let me respond.
And I will not let you talk. It's like it's just like childish at this point.
So well, we can't continue then. If you won't let me talk, we can't continue.
You are not letting me talk.
Filibuster me by his lies. I let you talk. Now he wants. Now the man who runs this show wants to give me an opportunity to respond. Will you give me an opportunity to respond? Let me explain to you what genocide means. Genocide is the willful killing of an entire population.
Chat, when I say it's in everything, I mean it's in everything. From the Bitcoin core code to the financial markets to the way microtransactions work today in video games. They were talking about mind controlling people. We're talking about cages, sulfuric acids, snuff films, sacrifice. We're talking about every industry, countries, globally. We're talking about royalty. We're talking about systems that are supposed to be there to make sure these kids are safe and housed, complicit. We're talking about online platforms. We're talking about the kids in the schools, their pictures. We're talking about everything. Everything. Epstein and all of this shit, the emails he sent to himself, Epstein was trying to be the fucking table. Everybody else wanted to be the plug, be the big man on something. Epstein wanted a piece of everything. He stuck this shit together. And just not even talking about the financial part of it. Just the video games and shit and the conversations that they were having has shaped the world as we know it over here in America. Microtransactions, that was Epstein. I'm looking at Ronnie 2K right now like, what the fuck is going on? The whole thing about the what's that shit called? Anime, manga, that shit, man. They was talking about that in the Epstein files. About how to make a whole generation of people love that type of shit. We're here. We're living in it. He's emailing, talking about our Satoshi pseudonym is working. Shipping futures. All of these companies, MIT, research, eugenics. This shit runs deep. It's everything.
Wipe out the population. The way the Germans and the Nazis took little babies from the Isle of Rhodes, put them on trains, transported them to the gas chambers to kill them, unrelated to war efforts. Genocide is not dropping an atomic bomb in Hiroshima. It's not bombing Berlin. It's not bombing Japan. And it's not what Israel did in Gaza when Hamas hid behind civilians. And Israel, notwithstanding that, they had the best ratio of combatants to civilians of any war in recent times. Even if you take all the Hamas figures, it's less than 3 to 1, probably closer to 1 to 1. At worst, it's 2 to 1. Most wars, it's 10 to 1 or 8 to 1.
Thank you, Deanna.
So there's not even a plausible
See you
claim
next
of
time.
genocide. Only anti-Semites and people who are willing to engage in a blood libel are prepared to compare what Israel did defending itself in Gaza with what Nazis did in Germany, killing 6 million Jews, Roma people, people from all countries. Those were genocide. What the Muslims did in Turkey, killing the Armenians, that was genocide. What's going on now in Syria against the Kurdish people, that's genocide. These aren't war-fighting defenses. That's genocide. But when a country tries to defend its civilians by killing terrorists who are hiding behind civilians, and civilians die, you could call it a lot of things, but the one thing you cannot call it is genocide and maintain your credibility as a decent human being. That is a bloodline to call it genocide.
Okay, you've all right. You both made your.
I didn't make any points. I really didn't make any points.
Yeah, I'm going to come to you, Bassem, for the. Bassem, yeah, I will come to you to respond. I just want to point out that on the Epstein scandal, what is quite telling is that the prediction markets, which people follow closely these days, Polymarket asked, will anyone be jailed over the Epstein disclosures? It reached a high of 48% at the beginning of the month, but it's now down to just 17%. And the Trump administration did, of course, promise, including on this show, that we'd see many prosecutions. It does seem quite extraordinary that now it's looking more and more likely that nobody will be jailed other than a woman, Ghislaine Maxwell. Okay, Bassem, you can have a final response to... Well, we need to see it, I think. Bassem, your final response.
I'd like to see it too. I'd like to see a complete, thorough investigation. Anybody who committed crimes, including falsely accusing people of crimes, should be put in jail. And anybody who committed crimes, pedophilia or anything else like it, should be put in jail. And I hope they are.
Okay. On that, we're all agreed. Bassem, final word to you.
I think that Epstein Island showed us that in order to be powerful, you need first to be compromised. And as long as you are compromised, only then you can stay powerful. Is the conclusion of all of this. None of these people go to jail. There will be like a couple of fall guys, Peter Attia, he will lose his thing, all of this, it's important, but the billionaires, the people in power, they will be untouchable. We will not see a single person that's going to go behind bar unless he's not protected.
But they have to be guilty.
Mr. Dershowitz, why are you
Who are they?
Dude, what?
Who are they?
I didn't even talk about you. Why are you... It's just like, it's so frustrating.
I care about innocent people being prosecuted. I care about McCarthyism. I don't want to see a return of McCarthyism.
I'm sorry, sir, what did I just say?
Association.
What did I just say? That
Well, how do we know if there are billionaires who were involved? If there are, let's name them. Let's get the evidence and let's prosecute them and let's put them in jail. But not on the basis of McCarthyism, not on the basis of guilt by association. Let's do it on the basis of real evidence. I'm in favor of that. You and I agree with that.
No one will be punished and no one will go to jail and these people will go. When these files have released, even with all of these redactions, the one thing that should have been done, that all of these people should be now be at least investigated. We didn't even, you have like an FBI director, and you have, thank you, you have an FBI director who came out and said there's no sex trafficking, the email proved otherwise. You have all of the people like, there's nothing, and then the emails proved otherwise. And you have like the FBI director, Kash Patel, who said once, America needs to wake up and prioritize Israel. Don Bongino, second man in the FBI, said like, Israel is very close to my heart. How do you expect truth from these people? I think, they are all like working for a different master and they're not working for the American people. So I really don't expect anything. None of these people will see a day of investigation, a day of jail.
All I know, all I know is
will be people who are useless or unimportant.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you, Bassem. I do think that unfortunately the Trump administration before and after the election made it clear they were going to be totally transparent. All the files were going to get released. We've now had 3 million heavily redacted files released, and there's apparently over 3 million more which are never going to see the light of day. That is not transparency, that is why the conspiracy theory.
They should. I want everything out.
But that's part of the problem, man. And if no rich, powerful people in the end are made remotely accountable, people will assume they are names that were redacted or never published. Yeah, but
all right, Chad, we're gonna move on from that.
Not long after the Attorney General's fiery hearing on Capitol Hill, where we heard Pam Bondi defend her department's handling of the Jeffrey Epstein files, I interviewed 6 survivors of Epstein's abuse and 2 family members who tell me they feel that the Justice Department is not taking accountability. We've got that conversation here on our NBC News Now special coverage. Thank you all so much for being here. I know you literally have just come over off of Capitol Hill, where the Attorney General had appeared for that hearing in front of the House Judiciary Committee. I want to do just a couple of show of hands moments on how you feel about that, and then I want to talk about your reaction to everything we heard today. So, with the show of hands, can you show me your hands if you were satisfied with what you heard from the Attorney General today? Nobody. Show of hands if you are frustrated with what you heard.
Very much so.
Very much so. Teresa, tell me more about that.
Well, going into this morning, and much of this process, I have this perspective that you need to give people the opportunity to do what they say they're going to do, to fulfill their word, put their money where their mouth is, so to speak.
Ms. VR, we watched the Pam Bondi last night. We watched a lot. We watched like, what, 2 hours of Pam Bondi's hearing last night?
And we have yet again seen that go the complete opposite direction of, there's no integrity. There was no integrity in that room today, it seemed like, as far when it came to Epstein and Maxwell. You know, there was a lot of expression of other good outcomes on things, and I can agree with a lot of what was said, and there was nothing that gave us any bit of hope of any kind of integrity and doing the right thing when it comes to Epstein Maxwell accountability, further investigation, which she claimed was happening, and we're going to be waiting to see the outcome of that and see if that's an accurate, legitimate statement.
Danny, I see you nodding and shaking your head.
I think there was such a lack of empathy today. There was such a lack of, honestly, humanity today. Something that, I think all of us felt a little devastated about was that she had 3 opportunities to address survivors. We stood up, and all she had to do was turn around, and she could not even turn around and face us.
Damn.
For so many years, and I can't speak for everybody, but for me, I felt like such a ghost walking through Epstein's mansion. I felt like there were so many people who saw me. There were so many people who should have spoken up. And instead, I felt like I was less than nothing. And now to not have A.G. Bondi turn around and acknowledge us, it is the exact same type of victimization. It's horrible.
Charlene, what did you think of that moment when you all were standing there and she was asked by one of the members of Congress to turn around and address you?
Felt really degraded. I felt that she's not taking
at all any accountability. She's not following any kind of transparency. And honestly, the thought that I have is birds of a feather flock together. So I feel like the way that she handled today is often the way that our president or other people have treated us that are really high up. And I felt like she was treating us just like everybody else has in the justice system and beyond.
I was looking at you all. The cameras there had shown a view of you in that moment, on your feet, in front of this hearing room, in front of all of these cameras. And I wonder, Jess, Liz, all of you, if you can take me, what was going inside in your mind? What was happening in your mind? What were you thinking as that moment was happening?
So one of the things I was thinking in that moment is that it is such a simple act to turn around and say, I apologize for the terrible job our DOJ did in releasing, that is something that is completely inappropriate to take.
Oh, chat, I forgot to tell y'all. Did y'all hear about this? They dropped it in the Discord. It says a man shot his daughter at his home in the U.S. after the pair had an argument about Donald Trump. I believe this is in Texas. This is from the Independent. A woman shot by father in Texas home was unlawfully unalived, coroner rules. Lucy Harrison, a fashion buyer from Washington and Cheshire, had been staying with her father, Chris Harrison, and his family in Dallas, Texas, suburb of Prosper, when she died. An inquest into the 23-year-old's death is being held at Cheshire Coroner's Court on Tuesday. Lucy's boyfriend, Sam Littler, told the inquest he had traveled with her to the U.S. where her father had moved when she was young for a holiday. He said Lucy would often become upset with her father when she spoke about his ownership of a gun. The inquest had also heard that Mr. Harrison had previously been to rehab for alcohol addiction. On the morning of January 10, when Lucy and Mr. Littler were due to return home in the UK, there was a big argument between Lucy and her father about Mr. Trump, who was to be inaugurated as president, Mr. Littler said. Chris and Lucy ended up having quite a big argument, which led Lucy running upstairs and being upset. Said Lucy asked his father, how would you feel if I was the girl in this situation and I'd been SA? Mr. Harrison had replied that he had $2 who lived with him, so it would not upset him that much, Mr. Littler said. What? He told the coroner's court later that day that about a half an hour before they were due to leave to the airport, Lucy been in the kitchen. Her father took her by the hand and led her into his ground floor bedroom. About 15 seconds later, he heard a loud bang, and then he heard Mr. Harrison screaming for his wife. Mr. Littler said, I remember running into the room. Lucy was lying on the floor near the entrance to the bathroom, and Chris was just screaming, just sort of nonsense. Miss Harrison's mother, Jane Coach, said her daughter, who worked for the fashion brand Boohoo, was a real force of life. She said she cared. She was passionate about things. She loved to have debates and about things that meant a lot to her. Mr. Harrison did not attend the hearing to give evidence. Anna Samuel, representing him, made an application at the start of the hearing for the coroner, Jacqueline Devonish, to recuse herself from the case, saying a fair-minded observer may conclude that there was a real possibility she was biased. She said the inquest had been conducted in a manner more akin to a criminal investigation than a fact-finding inquiry. Lewis Norris, representing Miss Coates, said the application was an ambush by Mr. Harrison's legal team. She said Mr. Harrison was the person in the room who shot Miss Harrison and the only person who was in the room when it happened. Ms. Devonish refused the application to recuse herself. The inquest is expected to conclude Thursday. That's crazy, Chad. That's crazy. I didn't know that had happened, Chad. How many of y'all knew about that? I didn't know about that.
Responsibility for that.
Nah, they're going to court for it. This article is updated. It's just now going to court, I guess, and they ruled the death. They're going to court and they're trying to get the coroner to recuse herself from the case, but the coroner's like, look, man, the dad was the only person in the room when she got shot. Like, she didn't shoot herself. So yeah, nah. I guess it happened last year, but they're going to court now.
For the damage they did to us, not to state it as, yes, we understand damage was done. No, to us. It was such a simple thing. And it's something we teach children to take accountability, to recognize when you've made a mistake and you just apologize for it. So there wasn't even an adult in the room that could apologize for the damage done to children and girls. In her opening remarks, the Attorney General said, "I am deeply sorry for what any victim has been through, especially as a result of that monster." Of that monster. But not. So there's the crimes of Jeffrey Epstein, and then there's the crimes of the cover-up. And she's part of that continuing cover-up. So she didn't apologize for that.
But when she said that monster, she said it as if he acted alone.
Yes.
And Epstein was absolutely a monster, but he didn't act alone. And I think that we now have more evidence of that from what we've seen in the files. And what is really difficult for me to wrap my head around is I met Epstein and Maxwell when I was 21. I'm almost 53 now. And I was just raised differently. I was raised to respect our government. I was raised to be able to speak to people of different political parties. And maybe I don't always agree with them, but their insights help me shape my opinions. And I just don't see that happening. And that's what I grew up in. That's the America that I grew up in. And for us to now feel like the Department of Justice, which is in charge of seeking justice for all Americans who are victims of crime, they've just completely let us down. And so to hear her say, if you have been a victim of crime, we want you to call the FBI. I called the FBI. And in the release of files, my intake report was released twice. Once with part of my address, and once where my name was unredacted several times, including in a sentence that said, Stein was a victim of Epstein and Maxwell in the mid-90s. So, I find it really difficult to have any faith when we are constantly, being manipulated and downplayed by our government. We've heard several times our government say, we're moving on from this, and that just enrages me.
Yeah.
This has been 3 decades of my life. We'd all love to move on with this, but how do you move on if you don't have justice? And the Department of Justice's job is to seek justice. And they, for some reason, don't feel like they have to. And that's just incomprehensible.
You and I have talked before. I see a lot of emotion in your face.
Yeah.
This is all coming back up again for you.
Survivors of sexual assault, we are chastised so frequently. Why didn't you tell? Why didn't you fight back? All of these questions. And here we're seeing survivors have been telling, and they have been speaking out, starting 3 decades ago when Maria Farmer first reported this crime to the FBI. And over and over and over and over again, different branches of our Justice Department and, law enforcement that should have protected us haven't. It's like this massive institutional failure that we don't want to address. And it's not just us anymore. It's not just about the Epstein case. It's about survivors everywhere. They're watching us, victims of crime everywhere. This is something that people already don't talk about, and that's why it persists. And so now we're going to expect victims who are watching us be treated this way. We're going to expect them to talk about what's happened to them. That's a hard ask. But we have a chance to change the conversation and change the narrative and say, you know what,
These things happen because we don't talk about them, and that's why we need to, no matter how hard it is, we need to sit with how uncomfortable this is as a nation. Yes. Because it's the only way to get past it.
Yes. Maria, did you feel that discomfort in the room today?
You know, I gotta be honest with you. It was definitely a lot of discomfort, but I think we were, you know, I don't know if I should say, like, I was a little embarrassed to see that she couldn't say sorry to us. Because she sat there in the beginning, she said sorry for what Jeffrey Epstein did to us, but yet she couldn't apologize what she did to us, what her department did to us, right? It's like you had one job, was to redact our names, to respect our privacy, but yet you carefully took the time to redact all these powerful rich men. So, you know, it's like, is it your department they can't keep up with, you know, are you guys being sloppy? You know, what's going on here? It's what we wonder every day. Where did it go wrong? And then I think we all realize now, oh, you guys really wanted to silence us. And you thought that you could scare us by putting our names out there. And to be honest with you, we've been through worse. This is nothing for us. If anything, this encourages us to speak more and not to be silenced. So we like to set the record here. If there are more files to be released, which we hope that these files that are released, they need to be, you know, the men that are, you know, the perpetrators that we did know about and that are out there now, they need to be investigated, and we cannot fail to do that as as the United States of America. Mm-hmm. We have other countries that are taking action in this, and we are doing absolutely nothing, and it is infuriating.
I want to come back to this. Oh, go ahead, Danny.
I do want to say something she did not say much today. I mean, she really evaded every question. She knew how to evade and was just using statistics. I mean, any game that she could play, she was playing. But the one thing that she did say is that there are investigations.
All right, chat, I need everybody to hit the like button. Double tap the screen. Let's get to like 150 likes right quick, chat. We're at 123 likes. We need to get to 150 likes right quick. 150 likes. I just set up the panel on Debate Nation. Do y'all want to do a panel tonight? Somebody gonna join up. I got it. Should Pam Bondi be fired? What is it? ICE out of Minnesota. Are y'all happy or upset that ICE is leaving Minnesota? And Westmore versus Gavin Newsom versus Kamala Harris. Who should the Dems put up, man? We're going to talk about that on the panel. Whenever y'all get ready, y'all just let me know, man. If anybody's gonna join the panel, I put the link in the Discord, and the link is on the community tab wall. On the post on this page and the Debate Nation page is a link to where you can join the panel, man. We finna get into it, and then I guess tomorrow we'll do the Republican. You said, yeah, they need to take that money away from EPA. Alright, I'm finna start the live over here on Debate Nation, man. We live on Debate Nation. Alright, y'all can join up over here on Debate Nation whenever y'all get ready, man.
Well, so that's what I want to get into, because some of these prominent individuals, the ones that have been out there, officials have not publicly accused them of wrongdoing related to Epstein, but the Attorney General did say today, when pressed,
what's
about
up,
the
Big
potential
Niche?
for new prosecutions, she says there are pending investigations.
Who, what, where, why, when. We don't have
exactly.
any information, and I would think that they would come to us to get that information.
Yeah, we still haven't talked yet. We haven't even.
Nobody's talked to me.
Yeah, nobody's talked to any of us. Show of hands, has anybody had any communication with the DOJ over the course of the last, let's say, 6 months? Do you want to have that communication?
Yes. We've all asked for it.
Doesn't mean we feel.
Oh, I forgot, Miss VR. If you still in here, Miss Bones, man, if you want to join the panel tonight, yeah, we'd love to have you up here, because I want to ask you about the mass shooting in Canada, man, that happened. I want to ask you just about the area. I know the town was like 2,400 people. They said like 11 people were unalived, and it was in Canada. And I want to talk about the gun buyback. I think Mark Carney has a gun buyback going for you guys. I'm just trying to figure out the situation there. Trying to figure out the situation over there. So if you could join this panel, if you get some time, we'll greatly appreciate that.
Safe? Yeah. Does it mean that we think she's going to listen? No, but we deserve the chance as citizens of the country. She also said, you know, she's talking about anybody can go.
Why is it talking fast?
The FBI.
All right. OG Yosemite, what it do? Welcome to the stage. Friar, Steve, welcome to the stage.
What up, Plug? What's going on? What's up, family? What's up, chat? Welcome to the panel. How is everybody doing this evening?
What how you doing, man? Good.
I'm good, Steve. Good to hear from you, brother.
I was good to hear from you too, my brother.
Plug, it's like I said.
I think you got a TV up, OG. Can you cut the TV down a little bit?
Yeah.
We can't really hear you with it.
Okay.
All right, you got it?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you good.
Okay, what I was going to say is, look, this is nothing that we didn't expect. This ain't nothing that we didn't think we was going to see. We're seeing it in this day and time because I never thought that I would live to see this, right? Dream its ugly head, and all it is all over again, brother. That system never left this civilization, and we're just a modern day Rome. You know, we got to accept it for what it is.
So what comes
modern day Rome, I say Trump is Caligula. So we got a ways to go. We ain't quite got to Nero yet, but we're definitely in a place where we have a horrible leader who's doing horrible things, and it's probably going to end poorly for him.
Oh, I agree with you totally, Steve. I don't think we at the end of the road. This is just the beginning.
Listen.
So boy, it's a steep ass slope from here.
The fear and greed in the crypto market right now is lowest as probably that I've damn near ever seen it. It didn't get this low before the FTX crash. It didn't get this low before the pandemic. Like it didn't get this low ever, man. Like the fear and greed is like at a 5 or a 4.
Well, as far as this is my opinion about the crypto market, is that it doesn't give a fuck about your feelings. It doesn't give a fuck about anything. It's gonna sit and it's gonna do what it's gonna do. You can try to bend it a little bit and corrupt it, like Trump wants to make money for his family and himself because it's himself in the end on the crypto market, and that's why he's completely manipulating the market right now. So that's what we're seeing. But like Michael Saylor says, don't buy Bitcoin now and don't look at it for 10 years. 10 years from now is what I want to see what the market is. I think the market's going to suffer as long as for the next year, maybe even next 2 years. It's going to make a correction and it'll continue to go on its normal path.
But I think we can all agree on one thing, Steve, and that is the greed, the corruption, the hidden behind closed doors been going on for centuries. And that's to think that it was going to stop in this modern day and time. I always have one simple saying, Steve, for me, and that is history evidently doomed to repeat itself. The good Lord gave it to us a long time ago.
Listen, OG, I seen Michael. Oh, go ahead.
I'm pretty sure that Mark Twain said, the history doesn't repeat itself, but it does rhyme.
Right, and I seen Michael Saylor over there sweating bullets talking about he's going to refinance that Bitcoin debt if it gets below 8K, and I'm sitting here like, Michael Saylor, who the fuck is going to refinance it? If Bitcoin go to 8K, man, who the fuck is going to refinance for you, bro?
So this is what will happen the worst case with Bitcoin. Like I haven't followed Michael Saylor for about a couple of months now. I don't know what he's saying. I got to look that up. But the truth is that in the long run, what will happen is this is the last chance for individuals to really get involved in Bitcoin. Eventually, Bitcoin's going to get to the point that it's only going to be because
man. Listen, I'm gonna tell you, Steve, not to cut you off, but they've been saying that shit. This is the third cycle I've heard that. I'm just gonna be honest with you. This is the third cycle I've heard it.
Michael Saylor's company, MicroStrategy, is the largest holder of Bitcoin.
And he has
700,000 Bitcoin.
Right, and he has a lot of incentive to say that this is the last time it's going to be there. And I'm just going to be all the way real. Michael Saylor's been saying that same tune for a long time. Just like the XRP army's been hollering about 589 forever. I mean, I've been around, man. I was with the Bearable Bull, the fucking Riddles and shit, man. I was with what's the other guy? Not Bearable Bull, but Bearable Guy, and what's the other one? The Riddlers over there, man. I'm telling you, I was in deep, bro. I've heard this shit. This is the third time. That's what I'm saying. I don't think Bitcoin's going to 8K. I think it's going to 25 for damn sure though, and fill that CME gap, because 90 to 95 percent of CME gaps get filled.
I hope it does go to 8K. It doesn't matter. The lower Bitcoins go, the more I'm going to buy.
And then this is another thing too. We have to talk. We got to talk about the ETFs, grayscale, the fractionalization of Bitcoin, lending against Bitcoin. It's like it's a lot, but we don't got to get into that. We could talk about that on the back end, Steve. I think they came here to hear us talk about something else.
People tune out when we talk about Bitcoin too much. But yeah, so I don't want to wait too much on it. But all I'm going to say is that it doesn't matter what happens today or tomorrow, because Bitcoin is a decade thing. What matters is, look at Bitcoin today, look at it 10 years ago, and look at 10 years before that. That's all that matters. You know, just put it away and don't look at it anymore, and you'll be fine. But again, MicroStrategy is the largest holder of Bitcoin, so it matters. One of the largest holders of Bitcoin at one time was Tesla. And because people think Elon's smart, Elon's not that smart. Elon is just the right place at the right time, kind of like Jeffrey Epstein was. And Elon Musk sold his Bitcoin that Tesla had, and they kind of took a loss on it. And then it had his big bear market, and look at it now. He sold it at like 18,000, and then it went to 80,000, even if it's 60,000. So Bitcoin's going to be just fine. Bitcoin is not a person. Bitcoin doesn't care about your feelings. It is a community of miners. If nothing more, there's 1.5 million miners in Bitcoin. 1.5 million miners in Bitcoin. So in the end, it doesn't really matter, because also all that matters. That community will stay together after all this is said and done. And if the world collapses, all those miners can have digital currency. And I only point that out because this is what I can't. Who's the guy that owns Berkshire Hathaway?
Yeah, we know you're talking about Warren Buffett, but listen.
Warren Buffett. Hear me. This is what Warren Buffett said about Coca-Cola, because people are always going to want to buy Coca-Cola because.
What I'm saying is, Steve, everybody's leaving. We wasn't trying to go down this Bitcoin rabbit hole because everybody was leaving and shit.
Let's get back to Epstein.
Right. Or we can talk about the topic. The topic of the live is, should Pam Bondi be fired? And we're talking about ICE leaving Minnesota, and we're talking about Westmore, Gavin Newsom, or Kamala. Somebody just left the stage. OG just left. My bad, OG. Go ahead.
OG, I wanted to hear his piece on all of this.
I did too.
Join, I'll let him go first.
Carlos, what it do? Talk to me.
What, dog? That's Carlos. All right, I'll answer my three, and then those guys will come back on, and then they can answer. Should Pam Bondi be fired? Of course, she should be impeached, but she won't be. Trump won't impeach her until the last, because he doesn't want to deal with that again. So that's that. The next thing, ICE. What about ICE leaving? I think I should have never gone to Minnesota in the first place. I mean, they've already killed 2 people, so the sooner they got, the better. I only want to see them be prosecuted for what they did. You know, again, remember that after Breonna Taylor got killed, we got the Breonna Taylor Act. After George Floyd got killed, we got the George Floyd Act. After the George Floyd Act, 300.
So let me stop you right there. So was it worth it?
No, what I said,
Tom Homan said that they sent 3,000 agents down there. Out of the 3,000 agents, they got 4,000 arrests and 3,300 missing kids were found. And I'm asking you, was Operation Surge worth it?
No, it wasn't, and I think he's lying, and let me explain why. Have you heard one single family coming forward and saying publicly, hey, thank you for rescuing my kid?
That's what I said.
You won't. So that you can't even believe the numbers. Their number, first off, we know that they're lying. We know that he took bribe money and denied it. So now he's going to tell the truth about this.
He said he didn't take that money, right?
Of course he did. They have it on videotape. And Pam Bondi threw away the videotape. So, but again, my point is that they lie about everything. Like, the reason they had to drop, like there was a shooting in Chicago, and the prosecutors dropped the charge when they saw the tape. They're like, we're not going forward with this. So nothing that they say is the truth. Saying is a lie. All the numbers are a lie. What they've done is a lie. I don't believe any of it. So no, it wasn't worth it. I mean, they could have done the exact same thing if they had gone there and says, we're going to work with you guys, work with the state, work with Governor Walz, and we want to do it the proper way. We're going to take our mask off. We want you to tell us where we should go. We'll work together, and we'll get the gangs out first. We'll get the violent criminals out next, and then we'll go to it. If they had done that, it would have been a success, but they didn't do that. We know they didn't. They went and shot innocent civilians instead that were protesting.
All right,
so,
Chad.
I mean, I don't know.
Go ahead. We'll hear from Carlos. We'll hear from Carlos before we get into the second part. Everybody on Debate Nation, be sure to subscribe to the channel. Double tap the screen, shut up, live out. If you're on the Plug Station channel, all super chats will be read aloud. Carlos, talk to me, man. Should Pam Bondi be fired, and how do you feel about ICE getting out of Minnesota?
I think if the ICE getting out of Minnesota was, then I mean, it's too much attention to it at this point. There's too much commotion, too much drama to it. It's a losing battle for the White House right now.
So why did they initially go there?
Why did they initially go there? I think they went there to try to get criminals out. I think they went there with the right intentions, possibly.
I think they went there.
They didn't do it correctly.
I think they went there because Nick Shirley made a viral video and Elon Musk retweeted it, and JD Vance said he's the best thing since sliced bread. I think that's why they went there. That's just my take on it. Next, welcome to the stage.
But I also think it was to feed a storyline. Why are they not doing that in Florida? Florida has a lot more illegal immigrants. California has a lot more illegal immigrants. Texas has a lot more illegal immigrants.
But why can't? But look at why they're not going to go to Florida. Florida's Trump's state because the people that work at the farms there, where they're going to get those immigrants off of, those guys told Trump not to come there. So Trump's not serious about it. He's just went after the blue states. He's not going after real crime. That's what I'm saying. It's a show. That's a fact.
Show to say blue state's bad, red state's good.
I don't even think it's a show to show blue state's bad, red state's good. I think it was more of a show of this is what we'll do. This is how far we'll go. We'll come in. We'll do what the fuck we feel needs to be done. I believe it was a show of force. It was a show of.
But that should be.
This is what we're gonna have our way. We're gonna have our will with whatever we see fit. Jacob Frey, we feel like that you're not running your city right. We're gonna come in. Tim Walz, we feel like you're not running your state right. We're gonna come in. But the entire thing that my point is, it started with Somali fraud. How many Somalis went to jail?
None.
How many of those daycares are still operational?
All of them, as far as we know.
How many of those autism centers are still operational?
What was the last question?
How many of those autism centers are still operational?
I think all but one. I think one did close down.
How many of those transportation companies? Hold on, let me finish. Let me walk this down. How many of those transportation companies are still open?
All of them are, as far as I know. I don't think
that's what I'm saying. So the initial reason that they went down there didn't get accomplished. We have 2 American citizens dead, but we have 4,000 quote unquote undocumented off of the street. Now, are how many of these 4,000 do y'all think will actually get deported?
Well, first off, if they're Venezuelan, probably not a lot. They're probably going to sit over in that camp until we get enough people passing through these judges. He fired all the judges on his first term so that the process would be slow on purpose. Now, since then, I mean, Biden bought some back, but not all of it. And then he fired more. with the judges along, because when he made it that you're an illegal now, even though you weren't before, now they're basically stateless because they don't go back to Venezuela's, and they're here because they're a what's the magic word?
Temporary protected status, asylum.
Yeah, temporary
asylum
protected
seekers.
status. Now they gotta put them in the camp.
Well, that's assuming
I'm
that
gonna
they're
give
all
you the
from
floor.
Venezuela.
Hold on,
What
let
if
me
none of
finish
them are
this
from
point,
Venezuela?
y'all. I'm gonna give y'all the floor completely.
No, that can be El Salvador. That can be Guatemala. That can be all of that stuff.
I'm trying to land this plane home. So now we got the 4,000 immigrants. We don't know how many of those are actually going to get deported because I haven't heard Jacob Frey or Tim Walsh say that they're going to let them go into jails and do what they're going to do. So now let's move to the missing children. 3,300 missing children, right? What happens to the kids? Where do these kids go? Are they put with the new sponsor? Are they put back in the system? If we're going to say that they came in through the border undocumented, where are their family members? How are they? What is going on? Nobody thought to ask when they tout these numbers on how many kids they rescued. Nobody thought to ask, well, where are they now? Were they reuniting with their families? Like, why is nobody asking that? Why can't nobody
They ain't even
ask
allowed
that?
to go in there.
Yeah, not only that.
This is on the heels of Epstein.
Listen to Donald Trump. If they ask him like, where are these kids from? He won't answer the question. He'll yell at them. He'll say that you're not real news. He'll avoid the question. He won't answer the question. Pam Bondi won't answer questions. No one in this administration is being held accountable for anything. That's what's going on right now.
Hey, so last calendar year, I forget when, maybe it was in Texas as well, if my memory is correct, but there was a story that got on the headlines of National, and it was talking about how a sheriff got killed by a deputy, and the deputy had a daughter who went to jail and then got the R word, and it was a sex ring that was being ran in the jail by the sheriff, and the deputy found that out. The wife killed her. The mother the daughter, I believe, killed herself or something like that. So then the dad went over and killed that man.
I'm saying killed him in his office, right?
Killed him in the office on camera. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about. So that's real life. That I'm not talking about Epstein. It doesn't have to be connected to Epstein. What I'm saying is that's just one little sheriff office in one little corner of USA. We got all these missing fucking kids in a camp full of a bunch of fucking roided out wannabe Nazis. Not all of them, but half of them, the new ones, the ones that ain't got no motherfucking, stripes. They definitely want to be Nazis. That's all they're here for.
One thing too, y'all, while we on this live over here, I am still streaming on the main channel, so let's not get us demonetized. So I appreciate you for saying great though, Next. Go ahead.
Hey, where's Miss Bones, by the way? Tell her to join the panel, please.
Miss Bones, I want to hear from Miss Bones.
But I'm just saying, that is what I am the most worried about right now. That shit scares me.
Okay.
Because it doesn't have to be a conspiracy. That's just human nature, and the fact that you're allowing that human nature to happen, meaning you want it to happen, you're authorizing it to happen, scary.
I mean, that's a very good point. Like, in my observation so far, this administration has shown that they do not have any ethics and they don't have a moral backbone. So just like you're saying, not like this command climate, if they're looking at the top and saying, hey, they're going to let billionaires get away with anything, let us push the button. We're doing something illegal here. Let's just keep doing it forward. Let's just keep screaming Trump's a great guy, and we won't get prosecuted either. So yeah, you make a very scary point there, Next. That's very scary because you're right. That's just one little thing. Who knows what else is going on that they're not even talking about because they're keeping us distracted with all this other
I'm
stuff.
from Hernando County. I was a kid for the STAR program. Nobody's going to know what I'm talking about. But in Hernando County and Pasco County, there's this thing called the STAR program. I was in, my house was getting phone tapped, and I could hear my Puerto Rican neighbor who lived 2-3 blocks down. You had to turn twice to get to her house. I could hear other Puerto Ricans on the phone in Florida, in Hernando County, at the same time that the federal government was suing our government. We got another lawsuit in Florida talking about stingrays, because they're using stingrays no matter what. They like when you go into these little towns in Florida and your shit ain't working right, that's because there's a stingray there. That ain't because of tin. But What I'm saying is these are like little isolated things that have nothing to do with the bigger thing that we're all scared about, the big O.E., the big O Epstein. But this is just how it's rolling. And it's like, well, how do you think it's going to continue to roll when you get it up to the federal level if these are the attitudes? Like, I was in jail, and when I was in jail in Florida years and years ago, the jail got raided by the federal government because of shit that was going on. This was in Obama time, because they were literally doing a little sex thing and everything, and then the feds found out a bunch of different things. I forget what exactly, but it was all over the news. Had many different things to do with many different things. But that was just, and these type of people who were the correctional officers and who were the sheriffs, I'm not saying all the cops are bad at all. I'm saying these types of people, they're the types of people who join ICE to go specifically to Minnesota. They're the ones who sign up for that shit and say, hey, sign me up, I want that. It's the scary part. But anyway, let me get off of that, because now I'm talking around in circles, but that's always on my mind whenever I hear all this stuff. I connect it into like a more human way that, it doesn't really have to be a conspiracy, but I mean, you know?
Yeah, I mean, so just on what Ned said, I'm glad this ICE thing is ending up there, you know, because he's absolutely right. I mean, they basically brought 2,000 guys who have no moral compass, who had no background check, some of them had felonies, you know, and they brought them up there to do exactly what you just said.
Now the next thing is voting.
I'm going to push back on y'all. It pissed me off that they left like that. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. Because it lets us, it takes us back to the beginning of this, and it lets me know that it was all theatrics to begin with. The mission has failed. That's why I started this question off. Hold on. Yes, I don't think those people should have been killed. But if we're gonna be here and we're gonna tout all of these kids that got saved off the streets, we need to know what's going on with the kids. Are they safe and sound home? Give us at least a follow up on that. When it comes to the 4,000 people, we still don't know if it's gonna be another catch and release situation. So are we gonna be 3-4 months down the road and they get ready to go right back to Minnesota? If some shit like that, and more than all, they got up out of there because they held up the funding. It's the funding. It's the money. That's why I started this whole thing. It's all about the money.
Well, one thing about this is that of the alleged 4,000 that they've arrested, you got to consider this. Number one, they were going to courthouses, and people that had asylum hearings, they were being arrested on site. Okay, so they're here legally. There's guys here seeking asylum here illegally. If they're doing the proper paperwork, these guys arrested those. So a lot of these are going to get thrown out because what I heard that they're doing is holding these guys right now in these locations, these black sites, and they're waiting for them to say, "I quit. I'll go back to my country." Well, that's what they're trying to do right now. So of the 4,000, we don't know how many are actual real criminals.
So this is another thing. Another reason I'm mad that they left. They never even tackled the problem they came there for to begin with. They came there for some damn fraud about some other, and we haven't heard anything else about it. Nothing. We seen creators going up. That's what I'm saying. It's the theatrics that lets me. The reason I'm not saying I'm mad because ICE isn't on the streets doing what they're doing. I'm mad because I realize now, we might have been known it, but now it's confirmed that this shit was theatrics, in the words of Pam Bondi. This shit was theatrics. They went out there, they had Bovino put on the fucking the army green peacoat and sit up there and call everybody domestic terrorists and shit. Unalive Renee Good, Alex Pretty, 4,000 people. A lot of, according to Friars and a couple other people, these people were getting snatched, going in the pickup lines at schools and damn immigration hearings and shit. Yep. Yeah, they got a few people off the streets. There were some really bad guys, but was it worth it? Was it justified? And why hasn't the main goal, the main reason y'all went there, none of that shit's been taken care of? If the Somalis was frauding, guess what? They ass still fucking frauding right now.
So the anger that you're feeling right now, That's the anger that we were all feeling back at the beginning because we knew this was all a hoax. Like the whole thing, like that kid, I forget his name, but the little
thesis
guy
is not a hoax.
Say what?
The thesis is not a hoax.
But well, again, the thesis is built on a hoax because that Shirley kid's not a reporter. That Shirley kid is some guy that they got, some plant, they set him up there.
Listen, man, my child's in ABA.
Let me finish this.
ABA exists, and it's doing a service.
He goes up there.
I could tell you the problem with the ABA, how even a good ran ABA is,
what is ABA?
By definition, a scam. It's the
What's
autism shits, behavioral whatevers.
Okay, but it's like this. That's not the point. The point was he went up there and he makes this. The guy's not a reporter.
That's not the point. But I'm saying that the thesis that is going on is true, and that is an issue that America does have to deal with as well.
Okay, well that's
you're right about
they left the door open.
Well, I don't know what's going on.
What I'm saying is they left the door open. Nothing got resolved. The moment this funding and shit goes through or doesn't, whatever happens, man, they can go right back out there. You know why? Because nothing was resolved. Tim Walz, Jacob Frey never said nothing about them going in the damn jails and getting the people, man. Nothing resolved. 4,000 people. How big is the fucking state of Minnesota? They're gonna go right back out there.
Let me just reiterate the point that I'm trying to make, which isn't arguing with your point. I just want to make this point because I think it's a healthy thing to see. Just like how nothing got resolved, the swamp is still here, and Doge never really happened. They just took Doge to fire a bunch of people, fire the IRS, so that the rich people can do more stuff.
Okay, well, let me go a little deeper on that Doge thing. We're off subject a little bit. But what Doge did, the reason why he paid $300 million to Donald Trump to do that was because there was 11 investigations into just Elon Musk for corruption, for abuse of his
Once again,
employees.
you're mishearing me though. You're mishearing me though. What I'm saying is the pledge of Drain the Swamp, the pledge of Doge, and the pledge of what we're talking about, how ICE did not finish what they came there for in Minnesota. Those pledges are still real things that we still have to fight for. And you MAGA peoples, which are my brothers, need to realize, like MTG has, that this shit is a scam and he is the swamp. That is my main point. My main point is I knew this from the beginning, but a lot of other people don't. That's my only point, and then I'll stop talking about it. But I just want that to be crystal clear.
Okay, I got that point totally, and we're kind of in agreement on that. But my difference is that none of it was real. It was just hate.
No,
hate
the
and phobia.
issue is real.
Let me finish. Then I'll get to your point. But it was just hate and phobia. That's why he targeted certain groups. Of course, there's abuse in the system. Of course, there may be abuse in the AB program. I don't know, but it's nationwide. He would never
There's abuse in Medicaid.
He would never. Okay, well,
there's abuse in military. Well, these are still the issues that were popping in 2024.
Let me finish. In Medicaid, I'll use that for example. Okay.
We need to keep it popping.
Bro, let me finish. Trump went to. There was a guy in Florida. You can look this up. Was charged $1.5 billion in Medicaid fraud. Trump pardoned him. So this exists. But he not only is the swamp, he's protecting the swamp. He doesn't care about fraud. He pardoned the guy for $1.5 billion in Florida for Medicaid fraud. So no, there's nothing. We get rid of USAID. We get rid of USAID.
There's the swamp. He has always been the swamp.
There's 1% fraud. 1% fraud in USAID. Why did he get rid of it? Because Putin told him to.
I don't believe that, man.
It doesn't matter what you believe, dude. They're the number one. Bro, stop. Let me finish. They're the number one.
I got people in Colombia.
Let me finish, dude. Let me finish. They're the number one audited organization in the government. Number one. There is one, and Bernie Sanders had to talk about this. There's 1% fraud in it. The military has a much higher thing. Did they go after the military? No. Absolutely the military has like 25% fraud in it, okay? The USAID had 1% fraud. It was helping kids.
Man, the military.
Stopped them.
Yeah, I agree.
Getting back to what I was talking about was back to Minnesota. So that Chris Shirley guy kid goes there, and like he says, this is what Trump needed, a distraction from the Epstein files, and that's what I think Minnesota was all about. It was a distraction from the Epstein files. As it worked like a charm, and that's all this was about. That's how bad these files are. And in the meantime, what happened? Pam Bondi and 1,000 agents audited out Trump's name, which is mentioned 1,000,000 times in the Epstein files. 1,000,000 times. And instead of taking out the women that were in there, they took out the men and they left the pictures of the girls, they're naked, exposed, with their names, their social security numbers. There might be 4,000 missing kids, but I guarantee you will not hear a single person, family coming forward and saying, thank you for finding my kid, because they didn't find any kids. They didn't find 4,000 kids. They're just saying that all these are just lies. So no, I hear what you're thinking, that none of these are real.
No, the issue is real.
Okay, where?
Our deficit is way higher than it needs to be. Our issue is very real. And what I'm saying is, yes, Epstein is fired, and we should fire our current government because of the Epstein. But as we move forward, we have to keep our eye on the ball, which is make America great.
Oh, okay, well, make America great is much different than make America great again. I agree on that. And the thing is that we're not doing it. Like, let me give you an example. I'm on the subject a little bit here.
What's up, man?
But we were talking about. Say what?
I was giving a shout out. Go ahead.
I was when we were talking about the electric car, and you're asking why. I think every city could have an electric car mandate. California had an electric car mandate back in the 80s, and their goal was to, by the year 2000, to have all the roads on electric cars. Why? Because it makes it simple. San Francisco is on an electric car grid, and it could have been done. But Bill Clinton killed it because he took money from the oil lobbyists. Fast forward to 2025, Donald Trump's doing the same thing. First off, oil car mandate. Oil is subsidized. Let me see. The oil companies are all being subsidized by the government. All of them. So I'm opposed to that. In the subsidies right now for oils, and instead, the reason why we want more for electric cars is we want to encourage people to have electric cars. And you guys all heard of BYD, right? You guys have. You know what BYD is, right? They're next. Of course. So I'll tell the audience. I'll tell the chat. So look at BYD. BYD is a Chinese company that makes a great electric car.
Electric car mandates in certain places, like maybe it does make sense in Cali, but that shit that wouldn't make sense in like the north or the Midwest, like in the snow and shit like that. Shit wouldn't make sense.
It'll make sense.
Hold on, can I finish my point? Can I finish my point? Like, we seen motherfuckers going to the gas station to use generators to charge their cars. Now, solar could get at a point we could say solar, but like let's be real, the solar mandate is already killed too. So that plane has been left the station. So it's just not viable for everywhere in the country, like throughout all of this weather and shit, just to go fully electric. It's not.
Well, my point is that it can be in certain places. So let's work on where it can be. So you can look this up online. There's a picture in 1910 and 1920 of downtown New York City. In 1910, you see one car and nothing but buggies as far as the eye can see. All right. By 1920, there's no more buggies at all. It's just cars. And that could happen, right? That should have happened with electric cars already.
But that's the difference, because you're comparing. Hold on, because he's comparing a car to a buggy and a car to a car. That's not. It's not even a comparison. It's a car to a buggy and a car to a car.
In China right now, that's the exact same thing is happening. And eventually, most Americans will have, especially, I'm not talking country. I'm talking just in the big cities, okay? Let's focus on only the cities. As far as the country goes, let them have cars, you know? But if they want to, but the thing is, if you have a car with the
makes no sense.
If you have,
just because you're in the country, the cold is more of an issue than the country.
Again, what I'm saying is that if you're living in a rural area, like out in San Bernardino or out in California, let's talk just California, or out in Barstow, you might want to have a regular car. But if you're in the city where you don't go more than 5 miles a week, The only place you go from here to work and back. That's where you want to have electric cars.
What's next?
That's not true.
Then that's the same thing. It's like what's next? It's like then it'll be you don't need a car at all. Ride your scooter, ride your bike. You're only in a 5-mile radius anyway. What the fuck do you need a car for? Period.
Yeah.
So why not just ban? Fuck it, ban cars. If we're gonna ban a certain type of car, ban cars. Sounds crazy though.
I traveled 14 miles today. 14 miles. It took me about 2 hours.
Maybe you should have got on a bicycle, Carlos. You would have cut that 2 hours in half.
My problem is that ship has sailed with the bikes, man. I wish we made our streets more with the bikes, but we've been sucking oil dick for like 100 years.
I'm in Miami. That thing of the city, 5 miles. No, 5 miles could take me an hour, hour and a half.
Yup. Yeah, I'm from Orlando, exactly. So just to get from one side of the city to another corner of the city, not even the other side of the city, that's an hour. Like just to go to Walmart.
In Southern California,
but the thing is this: it's like why
system, right? So there was like trolley cars.
But people have a choice now. And I think that if people wanted to drive electric cars, they would.
No, they can't. No, they can't. They can't.
Hey, no. Can we buy a car that doesn't have power windows?
I mean, I can go. I can go out. Listen, hold on. I can go buy a box Chevy, a Bubba Caprice, a damn two-door Cutlass anywhere in Arkansas right now or Texas. Yes, I can buy cars without power windows right now.
That's a used car.
Hold on, it don't gotta be used. It don't gotta be used. I can go get
a brand new car with a.
I can go get a Bubba. I know where. Right, listen, hold on. Y'all keep asking me, but I'm trying to tell you. Yes, they have pristine cars. I'm talking about still got the factory plastic on them bitches from the 80s, from the 90s, from the early 2000s, man.
Yeah, but you see the point that I'm making. You see the point that I'm making, though.
You have an option. You have an option.
I'm making the point is you don't have to make the cars illegal. You could just start building the car. It could start from the top of the river. Not the bottom, upstream, downstream.
Yeah, but we also got to talk about the fact that the batteries in the cars only last about 7 years.
That's what I'm saying. Like a lot of these, like I just was with speaking to a person, man, and the motherfucker was telling me that he had to replace his battery in his EV twice. You know what I'm saying? And like that's some
and those
chicken.
batteries run $20,000.
Okay, but there's a reason why, and that's because they like. So what I'm trying to say is, if we have BYD cars in the country right now, I could get a car for $5,000, a BYD. And when that car's done, I was gonna give me a new BYD. That's what I want. I want a $3,000 electric car. I want a $5,000 electric car.
So it's not about it being electric. It's about the price point. It's not. Is it about electric or is it about the price point?
It's the price point. Like China's already done it. See, this is what's happening right now.
No, so now we're conflating the conversation. So like what is the value? If you had to choose one, would you choose price point or would you choose the EV or over the gas? Like it's like shit. All gas cars have to go away, period. Or would you care if it was just cheap cars, period? Because it sounded like you're having two different fights right now. You want electric cars is what you're saying, but you're really having a problem with the price point of electric cars.
Let me explain. I'll make it real quick. I'll make it real easy. Right now, the electric cars are being built so cheap in China that you can get a car for $5,000, and China says if we can transport to the U.S., we can make it for $3,000. Now, if you can make me a regular gas guzzler for that kind of money, and I'm getting good gas mileage on it, I'll buy the same thing. But it doesn't happen. With an electric car, I don't buy gas no more. It's done. Boom, no more gas forever. Look how high our gas bills are. All right, that's why I want it. If you make gas free, this wouldn't be a problem. But they make profit on us on every possible angle, including gas. And
but that's what I'm saying. Like, hold on. So what does somebody like Shell do? Shell just called in and said they upped her electric bill because they put a data center in there from going from like $100 to like $500-$600 now, and that's what they're fighting. So what do you say to somebody like her that doesn't have an option to go get a gas car anymore? Just fuck them.
Again, this is the problem with our country. No, we're screwed.
So,
Right now,
but hold on. Before we just keep going there, I'm trying to keep it on topic without moving the goalpost or something. I'm saying that she's in the city. She's in a city. She's not in a rural area. She's in the city, and her gas bills her light bills going through the roof, her electricity because of data centers. So, making the cars cheap's not going to solve her problem.
No, it's not. No, it wasn't. Like, first off, anything that helps her to reduce her costs is going to make her problem. She's got a much bigger problem, and that's these data centers. Her problem is that these companies are coming in and they're buying up all the utilities, and then they're jacking those utilities up, and there's no regulation on them. When Trump kills regulation, it hurts her. She's absolutely screwed.
Well, it's not the regulation; it's the commissioners of the counties.
No, there is no regulation. That's the point. There's no regulation. They can charge as much as they want to on this, and that's the problem.
You know about the elected comptrollers or commissioners, the electric commissioners? Do you understand how that works?
So
they have to build new assets in order to charge new prices, and the commissioners allow it. And they're voted on in most places. That is the problem. We've seen that in Georgia last year. That they elected the correct people and they made a big hoorah about it. But in other places like Indiana, they did not make a big hoorah about it. The commissioners sided with the AI companies, and basically the AI companies told the commissioners to build out the electric grid or the electric capacity or whatnot. And because that money was capital, then in order to place that capital, then the electric company gets to place a surcharge on our people. That is the problem that, once again, we cannot forget about Doge. We cannot forget about draining the swamp. Yes,
Doge is a fucking joke, dude. Doge was only decided to do one thing.
I understand that, but I am talking about the forest, not the trees.
Hey, Steve.
Why was Trump elected? Because of that issue. Let's not leave that energy.
He lied.
Of course he lied. But he lied by convincing people a certain energy. We have to keep that energy.
Fellas, I hear everything y'all saying, but I'm going to tell y'all why I agree with what Plug is saying. Why I agree with the fact that we don't need more efficient electric cars, and we need to keep the old school muscle. I got a 3-letter phrase for y'all that will dig everything that y'all talking about. And this is something that a lot of people ain't thinking about. EMP. Do y'all know what EMP stands for?
Yeah, but that's another war.
So this is what I'm saying. If we was all running off a total electric, all it takes is one neighboring faction or entity to drop an EMP and everything shuts the fuck down.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. No, but that's not a concern. That's not a concern. I can just replace my EMP drops, boom, my battery blows up. Like next day, I'll give me a new battery next day.
How are you gonna get a new battery? What are we talking about? Listen. So let's be real. That's why I'm saying, for us, we have. Hold on. I heard what you said, but you're saying replace a battery. When most Americans don't have $1,000, who the fuck has 10 bands to go replace a battery like that?
Or 2021, there's a supply chain chokehold.
Who the fuck got 10,000 to just go drop another battery? See, when you got a gas car, you can go get you. Hold on.
It's hell.
Hold on. When you got a gas car, you can go spend that $150, $200 and go buy you a new battery. When you have and put it in yourself. Hold on, let me finish, OG. And put it in yourself. That $10,000 battery that's going in your EV, you're going to have to go to the dealer. Guess what? The dealer ain't got shit for you. They're back to fuck up because everybody has to go to the dealer. You can't just replace those batteries like you can a regular car. And they're not cheap. You're fucked.
Look, what I'm saying,
we're talking three different things.
I want y'all to hear this now. If an EMP of enough size drop, you ain't got to worry about batteries no more.
Bro,
See, this is what people don't understand.
What's the radius blast of an EMT?
The radius blast of an EMP can be from 10 kilometers to, depending on how big it is, it could knock out half of a fucking global network.
All right, if you drop one in the heart of Dallas, how far would it go?
We have seen it done throughout time.
Bro, if you know, no EMT has ever been dropped in a public setting. But real quick, if you drop one in Dallas, how far would it go? Would it reach Austin? Yes or no?
This is the point I'm making. NAM has been dropped, but if we get into a visible global domination, one big enough that'll knock out the whole. Why do you think we so worried about the fucking old prehistoric power grid that we have?
And what I'm saying is, and this is the thing too, Friars. What if our own people? What if hold on, no, listen, we're not getting off topic right now. Hold on, we're not getting off topic.
It's about 400. Hold on. It's about 400 miles.
Listen, okay, so we're about 400. So listen, what I'm saying is this.
Will last for 400 miles.
Listen, hold on, Steve. What we're not realizing is it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be wartime.
We can't hear you.
Fuck.
Plug, we cannot hear you.
It doesn't have to. Oh, they heard me on the other channel.
There you go.
It doesn't have to be wartime, man. We've seen shit like this go on our own soil. We've just seen the government. We just seen Hegseth cut out all that shit, man. We just seen them use new laser technology to shoot down a fucking balloon that they thought was a drone. You know, we've seen them bomb Oklahoma, Tulsa. We just seen them use the damn new whatever sonic wave crowd control shit. So who's to say they don't fucking drop an EMP?
They're talking about being able to turn off vehicles.
It's not going to affect the entire country at once.
They're talking about being able to turn off vehicles if you're too drunk.
What does it matter if it affects the entire? Hold on. What does it matter if it affects the entire country at once? We're still talking about Americans.
Bro, we've never had.
We've never had what? We've never had what? Bombs dropped on U.S. soil by U.S. citizens, by U.S. people. We've never had what?
Where have we ever had an EMT drop in the United States?
I'm not saying an EMP. I'm saying they done dropped some bombs. If they'll drop bombs, you don't think they'll drop an EMP? They dropped bombs in Tulsa.
That would take a war.
They dropped bombs in Tulsa and it was no fucking war. It don't. We have what didn't you start? Did you not get on this panel and say history doesn't repeat, it rhymes? Did you not get up here and say that?
But that was Americans on Americans, and it was basically that's what
I started the convo saying.
That would be a crowd control,
guys.
That would be a better crowd control than bullets.
I don't. You guys are talking about something that happened in the 1930s. Was Tulsa even 1930s? When was Tulsa? The Tulsa massacre.
I don't know, but then they also bombed in Philly in what, the 70s or 80s? Maybe
no. Well,
yes, they did. They bombed.
You're talking the weathermen when they hit them in the
No, I'm not talking that. They bombed. It's something about Black Panthers and shit.
Yeah, exactly. It was the weathermen. They were in a house and they burned the entire apartment complex down.
It's not an apartment complex. Philly got blocked. It's townhouses.
Look up the weatherman. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah. That is what I was thinking. The weatherman was the Oklahoma peoples for some reason.
No.
I know that now. I just forgot.
It was they were actually a white terrorist organization who were hiding in a black neighborhood. That's it. There was
a lot of black people that died that day, Brody.
Yeah.
But you're probably right. I don't know. But I'm just saying, did they not bomb it?
Further and further away from the actual conversation.
Yes, exactly, and I still have a point from that.
Get back to your point.
Okay, if I could get the floor for this one, because I disagree that it's not a money thing. We do need to leave the engines. It is inevitable that will happen because it is simply more efficient. Now, I'm not saying that we have to have some harsh rules and stigmatize you loving your Chevy, because I completely understand that. Everyone completely understands that. What I'm saying is upstream, we can control upstream. And if we can control upstream, the important part is to make sure that our infrastructure is there first. And then we could talk about downstream. And then as far as China goes, no, I disagree. We should keep BYD over there, because the only reason why it's so cheap is because of currency manipulation. We need to make our currency more independent and build more in our country, starting from our upstream, starting from our infrastructure, so that we can handle this load. And we need to do it in a way that isn't like how the AI is doing it. We need to just build out, and this is what we need to print money for, not for Jews, not for all these other things. We need to print money to build out our infrastructure for the inevitable, which is electric cars, because it does take, and also it takes less energy for one. It just takes less kilowatts per mile. It just, in facts, it just does. It does more joules per watt.
Y'all niggas ain't ready for the apocalypse.
It does. That's facts.
Y'all niggas would be some terrible preppers. Y'all niggas ain't ready for the apocalypse.
I mean,
man. Y'all, listen, man, they already talking about letting the cars shut themselves off. Any car made after 2026
that's AI, though. AI has nothing to do with electric. We had electric cars before we had engine motors.
Listen, what I'm telling you is,
we understood
hold on,
the electric
no, but you're steady, you're still talking, but I'm talking about Steve's point where he's talking about mandating shit. That's what I'm getting on, mandates. When we talk about mandates, we get to a dangerous game. No, fuck that.
Can I?
Fuck that.
Can I respond? Let me respond to Plug. Let me respond to Plug real quick. This is what I'm trying to say. The mandate would be this: look, we're going to subsidize you. If you want to get a car in the city, get a car in the city. If you want to keep your regular car, that's fine. But we're going to make it easy on you to get the cars. Now, some people can't afford. Some people
money to the oil companies. How about that?
Big time. Exactly. So we're agreeing on that.
Let the free market decide, because electric and motors are more efficient.
That's no problem. We're not letting the free market decide. So you're now coming to my point, because the second that we block China, we no longer have the free market. In a real free market, China would bring their cars in. American manufacturers would be like, you know what, we got to beat that price. We're going to make a better car. And the second they did it, the Chinese cars go away. Remember the stuff used to be made in Japan? What happened? China made it cheaper and better. And everything got made in China. America could do the exact same thing, but we don't, because we don't have that mindset.
And then we'll be running into the same problem. Doug Ford is over there talking about Chinese spy fucking cars. Man, you didn't see the Chinese cars they was driving that was showing which cars was the police and shit. There's no telling what kind of spy shit they'll have up in there. So, of course, yeah. That's why Elon has his company.
Look at TikTok, dude.
That is also inevitable.
You don't think TikTok?
And that's AI issue, not a battery issue.
Right, but we're gonna compare TikTok. We're gonna compare TikTok to a vehicle. That's what we're gonna do. Compare TikTok to a moving vehicle.
Let me explain why.
You comparing apples to oranges.
All right. Well, I'll get back to the cars, how it compares. TikTok was spying on you, but people didn't care about it because they got such good quality out of what they were getting. All right. If you want to get rid of TikTok, just make something better in America. America's always made it better, and now we're to a point we don't make it better. Instead, we try to scare people and sanction it, and terrorists so that it doesn't come here. But that's
Ford has not been better than a Tacoma for my whole life. Ford has not been better than a Tacoma for my whole life. F-150 is not superior to a Tacoma for my whole life.
And that's
we do not make things better.
We don't make things better, exactly. And we're to the point
that is why we are anti-free trade.
And that's exactly, and that's why we're anti-free trade. And that's why, so me and Next are on the same page on that big time. We need to get back to free trade. We need to make innovation in America, not just make a mandate, but the government should make the batteries themselves. The government should make the batteries themselves so that they can make it for $100 a battery for people, and then give the batteries away. That's what we should be doing.
And we should make it so upstream. We need to first refine, and then we need to mine, and then we need a warehouse.
Well, as far as that goes, we should make it so that car manufacturers can make cars easier and cheaper in America. That's because people care about one thing: price line. They want good quality, and they want a decent, fair price for it. Fuck Tesla. Tesla is so fucking expensive, and it's a piece of shit. Elon Musk has been making cars. That car's the big. It's not Elon's company.
Yeah, but that car's the only one doing it, though.
No, they're not. Let me explain. Tesla's been making cars since 2003. Okay, General Motors has been making cars since 1902. All right. The second General Motors makes an electric car, they've been making a car much longer than Elon Musk has. They can make a better car. And all they do is just add a computer.
Car, man. Their whole entire factory is out of date compared to Tesla's.
We just gotta be all the way honest, man. Look, we're kind of talking in circles too. Go ahead, Carlos.
Hey, I just have one.
All these manufacturers are now making electric vehicles.
bother them are. Look, take a look. Who doesn't have an electric vehicle right now?
They're making 5, bro.
Yeah, who's not making an electric vehicle right now? Who's not making one? Tell me, who's not making an electric vehicle
No,
right
who's
now?
making mass production? It
I'll
has a
tell you,
scalable model
right now.
Honda.
For factories. Hey, but I just have one more thing about why electric cars are more affordable. Just remember that when you burn a gallon of gas, it disappears forever. And it is not free. We have to pump it out. When you take a solar panel and get the sun energy and then put that into your car, that is always for free. Yes, there is a price for the service, there is a price for the infrastructure, but the gasoline goes away forever. The sunlight is always there.
But that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. A lot of these charging stations aren't running. Like all of them aren't running off solar power.
I agree. That's why I'm saying upstream.
Yeah, but
You
we're
can't
talking about
look
a
at
lot
the current
we're talking
state of
about
things
a
and
lot
think
of
that that's the
ifs
state
and
of the
shoulds
art of
and
the
this and
future.
that.
Guys, one at a time. I couldn't hear.
That's
who
like
was talking.
putting a
That's
dirty
all.
sock on, man. It's like that's like putting a dirty sock on, man. It's like, yeah, you got a sock on, but that bitch stale and it stank, man. Like, what are we talking about?
Like telling Eisenhower he was crazy for building the highways.
Exactly. That's a fucking excellent point. Excellent point. People said that, dude. They were like, "What a waste of money. What a waste of time." But it was actually
the thing is that y'all are trying to force something on us, and me and Yosemite's point is just let it be. Just let it be. If people want to buy electric cars, let them buy electric. If people want to buy gas, let them buy gas. Y'all are trying to say just do away with it, and I'm get rid of gas subsidies, get rid of whatever, man. Give it. If you're mad, listen. But we're talking about. Hold on. This is the thing, though. This is the thing because for the longest, I seen every motherfucker I knew out here selling solar because how much money did they pump into that solar shit? Like, let's be real here. Money's getting pumped around. Money's getting pumped around every fucking where. Everywhere.
Print money for that.
They're printing money. They are. They're printing money for everything.
Good. No, they're printing money to scam Medicaid. They're printing money to bomb Iran.
No, they're printing money for every fucking thing. They're printing money for everything. The infrastructure is being built out just a little bit differently than people are looking at it, man. If we look at it, man, we're sitting here talking about all of this shit.
Military and bond.
Plug, what infrastructure is being built out right now? Trump's lying.
$15 trillion a year goes to those three things, probably more.
Plug, what infrastructure is being built out right now? Trump says that, but there's no one building new factories.
Yeah, but if you look at the solar panels, it takes, 20, 30 years before it becomes a net positive?
How?
So what are we talking about?
So hold on. We gotta be all the way honest. We gotta be all the way honest. We got a lot of things going on. We got Elon putting gigafactories and shit everywhere. We do have data centers going up everywhere. We got Elon with the Boring Company building the tunnels. We have XAI out there in Arizona. So there is infrastructure being built out. It's just quote unquote what y'all are calling the future. It looks different. So yes, there's infrastructure being built out. It just looks different.
Okay, so let's talk about that. Elon Musk's boring tunnels. The one in Austin already failed. The one in Vegas doesn't get used. So Elon Musk.
So that's the same thing that I'm telling you about electric cars. They've already failed. Like, what are we talking about? Man spilled a coffee, a fucking cup of. Hold on. A man spilled a fucking cup of Starbucks and fried his whole damn battery. So are we gonna go for innovation? It's kind of like, Steve, with this convo, it's like you're only with innovation when it fits your narrative. But when I'm speaking about innovation in other ways, you just shut it down. It's like, it's cool. It's cool when they do it on your side, but when I speak, it's like, nah, fuck that. I'm kind of confused.
Let me give you an example, okay? Let me give you an example. In San Francisco, in Los Angeles, all the buses are being run by either electric or gas. That's been in effect for over a decade now. So and it's cheaper, and they're saving money, and it's happening in every major city across the country. So, like Next is saying, there's no it's not even a question about it. Now, I'm not saying get rid of all gas guzzlers, but I'm saying if you create a system where we can have more electric cars, like if I got to go across the country, maybe I want to have a gas car for that. But if I want to go in the city, I would definitely want something cheaper that I can just drive around town in and let's make that available for Americans.
They're there. You can go get you a little Honda right now, man. You can go get you a little Honda right now, man.
You can't.
Man, I'm finna buy. Listen, I'm finna buy a Honda this week for $1,200, bro. What are we talking about?
Bro, you talking about a 96 with a stick shift, bro.
Man, that bitch is not no 96 with a stick shift. He's talking about. Hold on. No. He's talking about something to get around in, and I'm just saying that they're out there, man. They're out there, man.
Of course they out there. Yeah, man. I live on Hoopties. I'll never buy full MSRP. What the fuck?
Guys, I'm saying go look at BYD. Those are some. I could have a nice ass car for $5K, or a lesser car for $3K.
Steve.
Well, Steve, go over there and get you one, man. You can go get you one, man. You can go get you one.
You can't. You can't. I already tried. You can't.
Hold on. I looked up BYD's. I looked up BYD's, the price of them. They start at about $17,000 according to what I looked up.
Okay, I've been on that too. I just been keeping my mouth shut.
And they small as hell, and we not gonna act. Hold on. And I wanted to say this, but I ain't want to kill it either. They little bitty than a motherfucker. 2 people can't fit in them cars comfortably, man. Them motherfuckers be little as hell for that low price.
No,
they look like. Man, I'm talking about for the $5,000 price. Listen, maybe the $17,000 when it's SUVs, but the little bitty fucking trucks, man, with the. They be this little bitty man with the big ass back. You got more man. Them motherfuckers is like them the ones that's like 6,000, man, and ain't nobody fitting in there. Not no grown ass American.
That's that.
I seen a white man get in it. I seen a white man get in it. He couldn't even sit all the way. Couldn't sit up straight.
In Florida, they get in there.
They're real plug. Those things are real popular, especially in San Francisco. You can park anywhere with that thing. I've seen some cars close to that. But a guy turned me on to BYD in San Francisco. He was like, bro, this is the deal. And he showed me. He goes, man, you can park anywhere with these things. He goes, but they're outlawed in America. Now, BYD vans are allowed here. I'm sorry, BYD buses are allowed here because they're cheap and they're electric and they're the best. But they don't allow cars here.
I seen trucks, BYD trucks in ports.
Yeah.
Only in ports. Only in ports. Don't know why. That's a weird thing.
It's going to come in. I mean, it just takes time. But the thing is, I blame us. American manufacturers should be making a car that's affordable, that's cheaper, and that's better.
But listen. Why would
allowing BYD to come in?
Why would they make it more affordable and more efficient when we see the market's not going there, man? Exactly how Trump's talking about 50-year leases with the damn houses. Think about how the auto loan industry is changed, man. They're doing 10-year auto loans now. They're doing 10-year auto loans now, man. That shit used to not be a thing. So yes, of course, if you can come find that tow loan, if you can come over here and we can put you in this Tahoe, this 2026 Tahoe for $134,000, and you'll be done paying this bitch off in 2036. They're gonna do it every time. This is just
that's my problem.
They're gonna do it every time. They're gonna do it everywhere. So who do we blame? Who are we gonna blame? Who are we gonna? Are we gonna blame? Is this a government problem or is this a banking problem? Because is this a lending problem? Are we gonna hold on? Are we gonna blame the government or are we gonna blame interest rates? Because I believe interest rates is the ones that really extended the auto loan.
No.
How did it not during Biden's term? When interest rates went low and then they started to creep up, they bamboozled everybody. Interest rates went to the floor. Everybody went out and bought shit that they couldn't fucking afford, and then interest rates started creeping back up, and they couldn't refinance. They were fucking stuck, man. That's why we seen what was that? What's the damn place with all the damn cars that what's that place? It's blue and yellow, man. That's why we seen the auto market go fucking crazy, man. CarMax, yeah, that's why we seen CarMax loaded up, man. CarMax couldn't get shit off the fucking lot, man. They just couldn't. Inventory wasn't selling. It was the fucking interest rates, man. That's why they came out with this 10-year auto loan shit.
Nah, let me get that.
Go ahead, next.
All right, look, plug. That was a right then and there issue with the finance, okay? My opinion, the issue with vehicles in America has been an issue since that Honda that you like, and how that's more superior than the Intrepid that came out in the same year, a 96 Intrepid versus a 96 Honda. Which one sold more? Which one performed better? Which one had more longevity? The Honda. And the Honda is still more popular to this day because it is a superior car that takes less gas. The Intrepid breaks down and the Intrepid sucks up gas. We were building blocks that were big because we like the drag racing culture. And we built roads that required us to have these drag racing culture cars, and that's why you're talking about a Tahoe. And that's why the Tahoe is $130,000. And on top of that, we are not allowed to buy that Tahoe with not power windows. You understand? Everything's got to be power. Everything's got to be software update, and with the star thing and AI and now and all that shit all up inside your fucking car. That's what you're paying for. Instead, the issue that I see is we need to simplify our market, but they refuse to because it keeps our GDP up, and our GDP is nothing but a paper tiger. Keeping our GDP high by making us buy expensive cars when there are cheaper ways to build the car, like not have AI in the fucking car. That's my issue. My issue is not that finance is a bad thing sometimes, and things go bad, but there's a bigger issue with the cars, and it has something to do with our culture. And I go back to the 96 Honda. It was the 96 Honda prevailing. If you're a fan of it, you know exactly why. That's my issue.
Let's be honest. The issue is people want all the toys. People are willing to pay for the toys even when they shouldn't.
No, some people like practicality. I like practicality. Yeah, I am forced to live in a world where I have to drive 20 miles. Like you have to drive an hour to get the fucking work. Do you not? In Miami, you have to, because we built this way. We built this way 60, 70, 80, 90 years ago. We built this way. That was the issue in the first fucking place.
And I drive a truck when I don't need to.
Understood. That's what I'm saying. There's a culture problem, and your truck is worth $130,000 because it has bells and whistles, because it is heavy.
That's what I'm saying.
You have a DMV tax
that ain't on the government. That's not
because you bought the truck if it was brand new.
But that's not
Instead
on the
of helping the
banks.
woman getting the $1,500 96 Civic with her 3 kids, she doesn't get a tax break from the DMV when she goes to register, but the giant truck that's $130,000 does get the tax break. That's that bullshit. That is a sickness that America has had for 100 years that makes the Civic better than the Intrepid in 1996.
Look.
Go ahead.
Listen, I agree with everything that Nexus says is perfect. I agree with. I wanted to get back to the main subject and continue on what you wanted to talk about. What was the next thing you wanted to discuss? I think this is. I mean, I agree with everything you're saying.
Okay, we're gonna talk about the Democratic nominees. We seen that Trump uninvited Wes Moore, and he uninvited I forgot Colorado's governor's name. Basically, he uninvited the black governor and the gay Jewish governor. So with that being said, I said that
is he gay? Is he gay?
Yeah, that's
Is he gay?
Yeah.
I thought he was married. Is he married to a woman or something?
Nah, I think they said he's gay and Jewish. The governor of Colorado.
Go ahead.
So, with that being said, I went and done my research on Wes Moore because I had kind of written Wes Moore off when he turned down that the reparations bill. You know, it was funding for studies for reparation. I was like, oh, he's one of those. But after this Trump snubbing him, I went and checked him out. And Wes Moore is an exceptional brother. And it just made me wonder, like, what more? What more do you want? What more do you want from a guy? You got a guy that comes in, he turns the crime around in Maryland. He's a Rhodes Scholar. He has masters in international relations. He's clean as a whistle. I mean, he just bald-headed. That's about it. So I wanted to see how y'all feel about him stacking up against Gavin Newsom or Kamala.
Carlos, you go first, and then next, then I'll go.
I don't know enough about Wes Moore to sit there and give like a real deep taste of my opinion on him. I think Gavin Newsom is a lock. I don't see anybody competing against him. Now, Westmore for vice president, we talked about that the other day on the Discord. But it goes back to, will that thing of him voting down reparations hurt him?
I don't think so.
Communities.
Not with the current climate. Not if things are still going the way they're going. I don't think so. Because we heard Kamala. What did Kamala say? Kamala said, I can't do anything for black people. And black people still went out in droves and voted for it.
Were they voting for her or voting against Trump? There's a big difference.
Voting for her. They loved Kamala. The black community, man. Liberal black men. The only people that really didn't like Kamala were conservative black men. That were gonna vote Democrat. I'm not saying, of course, MAGA and that side didn't like her, but like me, I didn't hate Kamala. It was just like she just did some dumbass shit, and she didn't speak. She didn't like when she had her time to shine during these debates and these things and these interviews. She dropped the ball. You know, we can go back and look at the things that she said, but it was just she didn't articulate it well enough. It just didn't hit home. The greens, I felt like damn, like the same way I felt when Hillary Clinton pulled out the damn hot sauce is how I felt when Kamala said she washed her greens in the tub. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't think Westmore makes those mistakes. But yeah, I still do think, to answer your question, I don't think that'll be a problem with the black community, because I mean, shit, we watched Kamala say shit, she won't do anything for black people. And I think, what was it, 78% of blacks voted, black men voted for, 78% of black men voted for, like 90-something% of black women.
That's true.
Do you think he's known enough?
Yeah, he'll be known enough if he gets permission to be. I mean, we didn't know Obama.
Good point.
And that's my whole thing. What my takeaway is, I don't know who Westmore is. I remember the campaign that happened. What, last year? It was like a snap thing, right? In Virginia, it was kind of like a big thing. Is that thing? He being governor. I forget what happened. Something happened last year.
I know a few of his accomplishments. They say he got crime down around the area. You know, him and Baltimore's mayor. You know, they tremendously dropped crime. He has been working with the Trump.
Hey, you ever been to Chesapeake? Is Chesapeake, Virginia?
I don't know. I've never been
Chesapeake
there, but what I'm saying is though,
I've been to Chesapeake Bay.
Hold on, they've been working with Westmore has been working with this administration on the energy stuff. So that's why I'm saying it was complete blasphemy, damn near, for Trump to uninvite Westmore and uninvite the Colorado's governor when Westmore is actually working with the administration. He's nowhere near as vocal out against this current administration as a J.B. Pritzker or a Gavin Newsom. So it's just crazy that they uninvited Westmore, uninvited Colorado's governor. It's like, damn. I feel like Colorado's governor was just plausible deniability. It's like, okay, fuck it. The nigga can't come and the gay Jewish governor can't come.
So what if they put him on as vice president?
Well, can I get my piece in on this?
Go ahead.
That all I know about Colorado is Trump is mad at Colorado right now because they're keeping that one girl in jail that was like trying to do some crazy stuff and she was a Trumper. So that's his. I know that's why he's angry with Donald Trump. And again, I really haven't looked that much into Westmore. I mean, I know that he's the governor there. He's been doing a good job. I think I'm going to look more into the reparations thing to see why he didn't support it.
Because it was a study. He said it was. He said we study reparations enough. We don't need to allocate any more funding to study reparations. So he didn't shoot down like reparations payments. He shot down a study, funding a study for reparations.
Because I know that San Francisco did a study of reparations, and they ended up concluding that they're going to put $5 million toward it, and they went to get private funding for it. California did a study of reparations, and they agreed that it should be paid back. So it all starts with the study. So, but I don't. I mean, again, I don't know. That will definitely come up in the election cycle, and I don't know how he's going to respond to it. Between him and like, first off, I think he'll absolutely destroy Harris. Like you saying, Plug, I think she dropped the ball in her debates. I mean, she did okay, but the second Donald Trump said they're eating the dogs and cats in Springfield, if she couldn't beat him to the ground on that right there alone, she just didn't have what it takes. And I mean, she said a lot of cute things and a lot of okay things, but she wasn't like aggressive like Gavin Newsom is. And as far as the debate goes, like Carlos said, Gavin Newsom has a lot, because like Gavin Newsom, like for example, he had Nick Fuentes on, he had Charlie Kirk on his show, and he's talking with these guys, and he's winning them over. He goes on Hannity, and he absolutely destroys Hannity to his face on his show. So Gavin Newsom can debate, and a lot of times American voters in the Midwest and in some of these rural places, and even in the cities, they'll turn on to watch a debate, and that's how they vote. They don't care about politics any other time of the year. So I think Gavin Newsom, like Nick Fuentes says, I'm going to vote for him because he's a Chad. That's it. That's the only reason he says I'm going to vote for him. He thinks that J.D. Vance is a little slug. He's not going to support him. So I think that Gavin right now, of the three, has it. I don't think Harris is going to do well. I don't know what's more stands on the Israel thing. I think if he's not taking money from Israel, he's going to absolutely kill her in the debate. And I don't know how it goes next. I don't know, or Carlos, I don't know how it's decided on who's going to be your vice president. Like, understand, Donald Trump picked the vice president that was handed to him by Peter Thiel by money. And before that, his vice president wasn't in the race. So on the Republican side, not a single time that we've seen was the Republican running in the race.
Steve, your mouth too close to the mic. Your mouth too close to the microphone.
Better right here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So I don't think that like only person I've known that's picked their vice president based off of who else was in the primaries was Biden. He didn't even pick the best choice. You know, if he had picked the fair one, he would have picked Buttigieg. Buttigieg did better than Harris did.
Yeah, and Buttigieg ain't winning. Let's be honest.
I'm just saying that ain't winning, bro. I don't even trust him. I do not trust that. I don't trust Newsom neither, by the way.
I mean, but that's you. Look at the entire nation, though.
Yeah, but you're on the West Coast. I do look at the entire nation, and everyone that I see would look at Newsom because anyone from Ohio or Pennsylvania or Florida ever see with Newsom is anything that hits mainstream national news. And the only thing that we know about Newsom is that there was billions of dollars for homeless people and nothing ever happened. And then we know about the FIFA thing, and that's about it.
This is what's going to happen. He can go to Ohio, and he'll have a town hall meeting, and they'll ask him about that, and he'll break down exactly how the homeless problem is going in California. So Newsom's not afraid to talk to people. It's going great. Newsom actually did a fairly decent job considering how bad the problem was. But again, he talked about that with Charlie Kirk. He talked about that with Nick Fuentes.
How homelessness is up?
He went on.
How is he doing a good job with homelessness is up?
Wait, is Harris running again?
Yeah,
I hope not, man. That's just for our country. I hope not. Her ass needs to stay inside.
She still has $300 million to throw from the campaign, and she got to keep that money.
And she needs to be a leader and do what's right with it.
Of course she does. We're in agreement on that. But I'm saying, nevertheless, though, she said she's going to run. I don't want her to run either. I think she's going to be horrible.
I thought she said she wouldn't run again.
No, she said.
Man, if we get a Kamala and a JD, man,
she changed all of her. She changed all of her profiles to the headquarters. You know what I'm saying? Like now, so they're saying that it's called the headquarters for all of her updates and shit. So she's gonna turn it into a campaign type shit. She hasn't officially announced. She hasn't officially announced her bid yet, but nobody has. It's still early. Gavin Newsom has.
And that woman, everyone in that administration,
She has to
the
win
Congress,
delegates.
what do you call it? Your First Amendment, Second Amendment, Third Amendment, that thing, the Constitution. There's an amendment in there. I forget which one, but it's so that the cabinet can replace forcibly the president if the president is incapacitated. Every single person in that cabinet that did not do that is guilty of lying to the American people, and that's why I will never vote for Kamala. Fuck that. That's voting for Kamala is like voting for JD. Ain't nothing going to change. We're still going to bomb Israel. We're still going to print money, and it still ain't shit going to happen domestically as far as innovation. Fuck all that.
I don't agree with you 100%, but you're absolutely right. You're right. I mean, I think she's better than JD, but you're 100% right. Nothing will happen. We're still going to bomb Israel. We're still going to be printing money relentlessly, and we're still going to be covering for pedophiles.
Well, I mean, JD's looking for the end of the world, apparently, if he's Peter Thiel's little bitch. So you're right about that. I would rather, at the end of the day, I'm voting blue on just that one. I'm not all the way blue, but I would have to if it's JD.
I'm trying to figure out what the fuck are y'all talking about? We gonna bomb Israel?
No, he meant Gaza.
Okay. I was sitting here thinking, like, what the fuck is y'all talking about?
We're gonna get bombed Israel for real.
But we're on this. I mean, yeah, that's.
But my other perspective on the flip side, besides Newsom, because I don't like Newsom, so that means the guy from Virginia that you're talking about, I would rather him just because. I would rather an Obama. The mistake with Obama, in my opinion, is he let the old out, the old people in. That was his, the old guard in. That was his biggest fucking mistake from the rip. But flipping on the other side, I hope JD and Rubio goes. I hope they get beat in the primaries by some other guy who's way better, someone that can be in the vest. Like, hey, man, I like Ron Paul. I think he's a good guy. Yeah, and I want to be your president. I would rather that guy. You know what I mean? Some new guy that's 45 years old with a bunch of fucking kids and shit. I would rather a JD lookalike, but a real JD. Because, JD's a fucking stolen bones motherfucker. I don't trust him. But if he does do the primaries, be my guest, man. It's your funeral. Because JD and Rubio are going to either one have to say, yes, we do support Israel, or no, we won't support Israel. Trust us, bro. After Trump. Trust us, bro. Lose for them either way.
Yeah. I mean,
because MAGA is divided.
They've already said they supported Israel. Rubio's already been on interviews saying it.
That's what I'm saying. He's not going to try to be president, in my opinion.
Yeah.
They're going to try it because if they do try it, then they have finally become like the Democrats and politically stupid. The Republicans have always been savvy my whole life. Maybe Donald Trump broke them, and now they're not going to be savvy no more. But if they're as savvy as I believe they are, they will not put Rubio, they will not put JD, because then that question has to be asked. The Epstein question has to be asked. And they're either going to lie, and everyone's going to know they're lying, or they're going to tell the truth, and ain't nobody going to sit well with that.
I mean, do you think MAGA's going to turn against AIPAC?
I think MAGA is a big tent that has a lot of people in it. But I think MTG don't like AIPAC. I think Ron Paul don't like AIPAC.
Massey doesn't like AIPAC either. He doesn't make money from
Exactly. And I think right now, like 80% of the Republican Party would consider themselves MAGA before Epstein. And now only a fraction of that would still love Donald Trump. You understand? And love JD, regardless of what. Then you got the MTG faction, which is 50%. And they're not fucking around. They don't like this shit.
So if it's between MTG and Macy, who do you think does a better job?
It won't be MTG. She'll get her head blown off. I personally think she got threatened. The way she moved so fast, bro. She was like, you know what? I'm chill. Somebody talk to her.
She said they threatened to kill her kids. That's what she said.
Yeah. But not just that. It's got to be credible too. I'm talking about the CIA. I'm talking about the Christians in action. It was like, hey, I'm telling you, man. Same thing with Jerome Powell. I think I've seen a couple of times. You want to talk about it because I can't remember the dates and I can't remember the context, but there was a couple times where me being a fan, listening to him, there's been a couple times where I'm like, this motherfucker was threatened. But I can't even talk about that because I can't even remember the dates.
What's up, damn it?
With Jerome Powell, nothing.
Oh, Damage, we ain't been watching that video in like an hour, man. We've been just on a panel. I'm on a panel on Debate Nation. About to eat. So, listen, y'all gotta make sure too, that we keep it clean over here, because I'm not trying to get my main channel demonetized, man. All right, go ahead.
PG.
Let's talk about Plug about to eat.
Shit, this a Philly, bro. This a real Philly. You know what I'm saying? A bad boy. That's what you call a bad boy right there, Chad.
So, I think on the Democratic side, I hear what you're saying next, but I still think that Gavin's going to be important in the primaries. In the end, we don't know. It could get up there, and I mean, there's there's more. So let's just say it's him and Moore go at it in the primaries. They got to go to the Iowa caucus. They got to do all the caucus scenes, and so I'm supporting whoever going to say I'm not taking money from Israel. I'm gonna release the Epstein files unredacted, and I'm gonna prosecute people for covering up for the Epstein files. That's what I'm going with. Period. That's what I want. I want to see that. That's what I'm looking for. That's my litmus test. And whoever says it again, I think Zoran won because he was the only one that wasn't going to take money from Israel, and he gave a very clear agenda of what he wanted to accomplish. I think that's why he won.
Yeah, but we believe him though.
Hey, let's hear from Miss Bones.
Yeah. Very good point.
Lady Bones, what's going on?
Hi guys. Sorry it took so long. How's it going?
It's all good, man.
I know. I got a kid, I had to make sure she was okay. I had to gossip. She's like 18 almost.
Give us some Benadryl.
Oh, he said
she's nearly 18.
What I was going to ask you though, while we got you up here, I know you might want to talk about some other stuff, but I was going to ask you about the shooting in Canada, man, the 10 unalive, man, town of 2,400. Yeah. So how does that work right there?
I think we've had less than 10. So I mean, it's pretty jarring for us. And that was a big one, right? Really big. That's the biggest we've had ever, and it's unexpected. Well, it was unexpected for the rest of the country, but not so much for the people there. It's the same typical thing that you see with your guys' shootings, where a bunch of people had known that this kid was weird, saying weird things, like being very, obsessed with guns. And
yeah, I seen that because said it was a gun person. They wouldn't call it a gunman. They kept calling it a gun person.
I mean, we don't really use like man. We always say person. It's like we don't say waitress. We say server. Instead of gunman, we'd say like a gun person. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
Depends on which radio station or which TV station you tune into. But yes, he was or she was trans, Jessie. But she yeah, exactly. But she was very troubled, and she had run-ins with the police, and she had problems with weapons, and they should have done something about it a long time ago. She took care of her mom and stepbrother, and then went to the school. And
girls don't shoot up schools. Just say statistically, girls don't shoot up schools.
Well, no, girls don't shoot up anything statistically. So, men, it's always men, and it is she was a biological man.
The man shot out the school. Say it.
Okay, so this is what y'all got right now.
Oh,
right now.
No, I mean,
go ahead.
It doesn't matter that part. It's interesting though because of the fact that the trans part would make her actually less likely to shoot up the school, but then balance that with the fact that it's a boy that's an outcast and troubled, and trans people are statistically less. But trans people are statistically less more likely to be shooting, to be the shooter. They're more likely to be on the other side of violence. So,
right.
Statistically.
Sorry to hear about that, you guys. Sorry to hear that for Canada.
it's so tragic. Like, obviously, we're not good at dealing with that at all, right? Like I said, like, this is the 10th ever. So, the 10th ever with more than one person dead. So, it's new. But your president came, did something nice for us. Did you guys notice that?
What is it?
Surprised me.
Well, obviously, he's, like, not very happy with us. So, he didn't release any statement, and then got one of his people in his cabinet, I believe, to say something snarky about tariffs. And as far as I know, like, still nothing from him, but
of course not.
That's pretty awful.
He's not really a world leader. He's just a leader for himself.
He didn't apologize for saying we were some niggas either, basically.
Sorry, what?
He didn't apologize for saying we were some niggas either, man, putting us like, putting the Obamas as monkeys. He ain't apologized
Oh,
for
no,
that
I mean, yeah, that was awful. They don't apologize. They don't apologize for anything. But I would have thought that he would have said something.
Oh, but I did see that y'all have an amnesty period going on right now where they have until October 30th, 2026 to come into compliance and sell, deactivate, or surrender their
buyback. Yeah, so there's a buyback because we changed the gun laws, because we're allowed to have guns here, right? We're just not allowed to have guns for protection. We're only allowed to have guns for hunting or target practice. We're not allowed to have them for shooting people. So
how does that work?
What do you mean? You can't use it for self-defense. Like, that's not, like, self-defense is not a defense in Canada.
How it works is that they don't have as much gun violence as we do in the United States.
I understand that, but if somebody's breaking into your house and you use a gun,
that's not self-defense. That's not self-defense. You're not allowed to do that. You are not allowed to shoot people. Period. End of story. So you like it. But the thing is we have less shootings because there isn't a gun in the house. So if there isn't a gun in the house, then the person breaking into the house is probably not going to need to bring a gun with them. And then the police, when they come to help you, they're not worried that the person in the house probably has a gun. So they're less likely to take a shot. And
don't a lot of Canadians have guns in the house, though? I thought they all got rifles and shit.
Well, yeah, rifles for hunting. We don't, but nobody's
in the house.
Nobody's bringing a shotgun to go and rob your.
But the gun is in the house. That's what I'm saying. The gun is in the house.
I don't know where the fuck Oh, you in Canada, man. Motherfuckers taking them shotties on the missions
that's what I'm
in
asking.
America.
Isn't the guns in the house in Canada?
Man, they taking them shotties on the
If you have a gun for hunting, it would be...
Statistically, what is the household statistics? Anyone know?
Yeah, I mean, we have more guns than you, or less guns than you guys, but more guns than anyone else, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, then.
And there's only been 10 mass shootings in the history of their nation, okay?
Yeah, but I'm saying that the argument that they don't have guns is a false argument because they definitely have guns in their house.
No. But we have gun regulations. We have a lot of gun regulations.
I understood that, but hypothetically, if a gunman came in your house, you would have the opportunity. I mean, you are allowed to have a gun in your house.
Oh, no, we're not allowed. Okay, so we're not allowed to take a gun anywhere. For one, the guns have to be registered and they have to be hunted. We don't have. We don't have assault style rifles. We don't have handguns. We also don't have handguns.
It's like a yes or no question. Are there a lot of guns in a lot of people's houses?
In rural areas where people hunt, yes. In the cities, absolutely not.
How about suburban? If you shoot somebody with that gun who's breaking into your house, you're going to be charged with a crime. Also,
I don't agree with the American stance on that issue.
So you wouldn't even bring out a gun.
Yeah. If you're hiding behind your door waiting for the guy to successfully break into your house without warning, that is an ambush.
That's what I'm saying. That's why Canada tell you. That's why Canada they say if you're getting
robbed. The person on the other side of the door has a gun.
Yeah, but if you're hiding like a hoe with a gun waiting to catch a body because you're so thirsty of killing people, that's a different thing. Then you'd be like, oh shit, bang, 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 bang.
No, what I'm saying too, that's why they tell y'all to just comply if you getting robbed and shit. Like if somebody breaks in your house and wants you to do
I ain't
whatever.
saying comply. I'm gonna bust at the door.
No, I'm telling you, hold on, next, hold on, next. I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the leadership in Canada. I remember covering this. They were it wasn't Mark Carney, it was the one Trudeau. Trudeau was like, if somebody's breaking in your crib, doing anything to your kids or whatever, just call to comply and call the police afterwards. Like, don't handle that.
Nah, fuck that. Kill that bitch if he's touching you. If you have the opportunity to protect yourself.
On GTA, allegedly. We gotta,
That's why you're in Florida, dude. Because and she's in
Canada. Like, I'm not worried that the other person is going to shoot
my
me
disagreement
because
with the American ideology of of self-protection. I'm gonna hide like a little hoe and then murder the person behind his back and yay, I got a body. That's how Trayvon Martin happened.
No, it's not.
Oh God, that was
nowhere near how Trayvon Martin happened.
No, they
a little hoe
had
put himself in a position where he was able to catch a body.
They weren't not in a house. They were in the street.
No, I understand that. I'm saying the culture. Did Zimmerman get off? Is it because of the American culture of, oh yeah, well that was self-protection?
No. Because if somebody comes to my front door...
That's some whole shit.
Hold on. If somebody comes to my front door right now, and they're not welcome in my house...
if you catch somebody trying to break in, will you hide behind your couch and wait for him to break in so you can shoot?
Yes.
I'm not in Canada. In Canada,
that's some whole shit. That's what I'm saying. That shit's murder too. That's some whole shit.
Yeah, so can we get back to Ms. Bones?
I'm going to shoot at the door. I'm going to tell you I got a gun. I'm going to shoot at your leg. I'm going to do a lot of other things before I catch your body.
I ain't doing that. I'm not doing too much announcing. I'm not doing too much announcing, man. You come up in here, you better have a rhyme or reason, or we're going to send your ass out in the pine box, man. It is what it is. I ain't doing too much talking.
But, I mean, I'm not worried that the person that's trying to, okay, I don't lock my door, okay, so I'm obviously not worried, and, like, I'm about to go and walk around now, like, you know, at bikes, I go walking around outside at whatever time in the morning, I don't bring a weapon, like, I'm not worried about anybody coming with a gun, so I'm not going to make that assumption that they have a gun, so I'm sure I'll have plenty of time to call the police, and, like, it's just, we don't have that fear, right, so I would never want to I would not want to shoot someone like that. I wouldn't be able to live with myself, and I would end up in jail too. So it's just a different culture.
Canada's way smarter. Canadians are way smarter than Americans, and this panel just keeps proving that over and over again.
Yeah, I mean there is a reason why. Like I think it's like 10 times the amount of. But the other thing is like you guys have a lot of deaths by or like relational violence, right? And also suicides. And it's guns. Yeah, go ahead.
No, but one of the number one ways that kids die in America is by guns in the house.
No,
I agree with all that. I agree
it's number one, yeah.
That is that.
And how do you get rid of that?
Well, we're screwed because the Second Amendment was
the cat's out of the bag. That's the whole problem.
But
we all got too many guns. Have to have guns in the house.
It's not about guns.
I got them in the safe. I got them, but
it's about there's no gun regulation at all in this country.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Crazy as hell.
There's a lot of people go to prison just for having guns.
We regulate marijuana. We regulate marijuana in California to the point that they control every leaf that's grown in California right now. So we can have gun regulation that would be smart and wise, and we don't. We regulate cars, we regulate anything that's dangerous, but we don't. We regulate marijuana.
We don't even gotta regulate the people on the guns. Once again, it's upstream. Government should deal with upstream before they deal with downstream.
Sounds like some bullshit to me.
If you make the gun makers have to permit things, and you make the gun sellers have to permit things, that's going to. I know that's not going to solve everything, but that's better than chasing people.
I can't walk around with a fully right now. They got regulations, man. Talking about.
But what Nex is saying is what I'm talking about is it starts so strange. You got to regulate the gun manufacturers, then you got to regulate the gun sellers. That's where it begins.
Just like car
Or
manufacturers.
we could
Every
just
car-
leave it
every
to the
vehicle
states.
has-
Or we could just leave it to the states like it is now, right? Like it's supposed
Damn
to
that
be.
too.
And then we just went full
We
circle.
have
That's
to
why
have
that's
stricter
why we have all these
punishment for
dead
people
kids.
that shouldn't have guns.
It's not gonna make any difference in the world. If it's, we're
I
right
mean,
back where we started
shit,
from.
anybody
Exactly
can
what-
move to Canada. You
Stricter
can
or
move to
different?
Canada, or you
Carlos,
can
stricter
move
or
somewhere.
different?
That's what I'm saying. You can move somewhere. That's the point. You can move somewhere. See, the difference is the United States is a pretty big country. If we take this shit and slap it over one of these European countries, like how we travel between states is how they travel between countries. Their countries have different laws.
First off-
Our states have different laws. Hold on, don't cut me off. Our states have different laws. Shit, go somewhere where they got heavy gun restriction, man. It'll be all right. You'll be all right. Go to New York, man. You can't have a gun in the city, man. You will be all right.
No, they're trying to change all of that with the Supreme Court.
And again, that doesn't affect what we're talking about. Like, how do you reduce children being killed with guns? And that's the number one way kids get killed is with guns in the home. So it doesn't protect that. It doesn't affect that. How do you protect against suicide?
And
How do you
domestic
protect
violence.
Domestic violence. This is what we're talking about. Like, none of that we're talking about will fix this.
It becomes
No.
If you get mad enough to slap your bitch and you have a gun in your hand, you might shoot her.
That's a fallacy argument because if someone wants to get somebody. If someone wants to rob somebody, there's a knife, there's a baseball bat, there's any. You can use any.
I'm saying they throwing
sexual
bombs.
or
They're throwing
here's
bombs
the
and
problem.
fucking shit, man. It's crazy. They
Yeah, but I
throwing
can kill
bombs.
you in 1 second. 1 second bad decision, I can kill you. I gotta get to you with a baseball bat. I gotta get to you with a knife. A gun is way too. That's not false. That's statistics.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of mistaken. There's a lot of people that drink and then make mistakes. And imagine if every mistake that you made was
Resulted with gunfire.
Exactly. And the kids that get into their parents' guns and stuff like that because they think it's cool, and the kids at school think it's cool.
School
like
fight.
that stuff doesn't happen
Gunfire.
here.
This is not a gun issue; it's a culture issue.
No.
It's a gun culture issue. Gun culture issue.
If you got a gun on your waist and you get into a fight, chances are bullets will fly. If a gun's not on your waist, chances are fists gonna fly.
Yeah.
And that's a mechanical thing. That has nothing to do with culture. That's mechanical.
Peace through strength, man. It is what it is, man.
And don't think that I'm against having guns, because like I own guns and everything. I'm not an enthusiast about it. I think that's kind of gay. I'm sorry, but like I would rather build an engine. I don't even know how to build engines very well, but I would rather weld than shoot at a range.
I don't.
I mean, we have a bad. Go ahead, Ms. Bones.
Cause say like I grew up where like we had shotguns in the house. There was coyotes and stuff, and we didn't want to shoot the coyotes, but we would shoot in the air. We would do target practice, and I had a boyfriend that had a handgun. Like I've been around guns. It just, but like most people don't see it. They don't see it in the city. It's not considered cool. So like a kid doesn't want to